what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a smart thing and take it a step back, like so.
Logic. A video game?
Continue. Okay. You know, it's a good thing I did manage to do a save state right beforehand.
Thank you, walkthrough.
Because that couldn't be right the way I was looking at the walkthrough. I was like, no, that can't be. That really can't be right if I'm looking at it like, are you serious? Okay. If you claim that someone else could have shot the victim, where did they shoot from? Okay. Let's just say here. If they shot from right here, I believe the bullet could have killed them. Alright, on to your second answer. Where was the victim when he was shot? The murderer shot the victim from outside the storeroom door. Hatch died instantly after being shot in the back. From what we can see of the bloodstains, the body doesn't seem to have been moved. In other words, there's no doubt that Hatch was shot in the storeroom. But the important part is where the shooter was.
You mean to say that the shooter was inside the storeroom?
According to the 10 pillars earlier testimony,
When I'm a gun at him, that old geezer ran to his storeroom, eh?
pay close attention to this part. He ran into the storeroom. At that point, the door must have been open. Oh! The victim turned away from these witnesses as he ran into the storeroom. When he was running away, anyone in the shop could have shot him in the back. Come to think of it, Mr. Prosecute said something about that. According to the coroner's analysis, the gun was aimed slightly upward. It would mean that the victim was shot by someone shorter than him. Well, Hatchling got shot when he was running for his life. That's it! When you run, your body leans forward. So even if the killer was the same height as him, the bullet would still enter upward. Pew!
That means the killer didn't have to be a shorty.
The killer didn't have to be Edward Elric. Okay.
I find it hard to believe that you've already forgotten this. The storeroom door was shut and subsequently locked when it said. If the victim died instantly, how would he have locked the door?
If the locked door is the only problem here, then I can think of one person who could have locked the door afterwards.
What? Now the court requests to hear the defense's thoughts. According to the theory you presented, the bullet was fired from outside the store. Who was it then that locked the storeroom door from the inside?
If he was the first to run inside the storeroom, the second had to be Gina. Naturally, the person who locked the door was the other person inside the storeroom, the defendant, Gina Lestrade.
Blasphemy! The defendant shut herself into a locked room with the victim. There was no reason for her to do so. The only thing she could have achieved would have been to cause suspicion upon herself. That point, what say you, defense?
About that, I suppose that's a bit of a problem, eh?
Make sure you think before you raise your hand.
So why did Gene Bean lock the door? I think the answer's rather obvious.
Iris? Iris! Iris! Oh.
Oh god.
Iris! Iris!
Well, if I were Gene Bean,
Thank you, Mega Man X4. We will not forget you. Oh, I feel so much better, goddamn. Ooh.
I'm pretty sure I would have locked the door too, in a pretty big hurry at that. After all, she had just been shot at by two bad guys.
Oh, of course! Just before the incident occurred, Hatch and Gina were inside the storeroom. I don't quite know what happened while they were in there, but Hatch must have noticed the intruders and left the storeroom.
Intruder? You mean our agent, yeah?
So the defendant was left alone in the storeroom. Yes, I believe so. And when Hatch finally ran back, he was shot in the back and ended up collapsing into the store. What do you think Gina did then?
Oh, you make...
There was a frightening murderer outside who had just shot Hatch. Fearing death, Gina quickly shut the door and locked it, in order to protect herself.
Well, we all the murderers? I swear to God, bro, we wouldn't shoot nobody, nothing.
Oh, I have this look on my face that just says, "Bull to the ship." When you say those words right there, those three words, you better stop right there. So, do you really want to swear to God? Right after you say, "Oh, we wouldn't shoot nobody," swear to God. You can just see him just show up and say, It's like all you have to do is, it's like calling big. All you have to say is, big! Yes. All you have to do is say Pepsi Man. Yes.
Hey man, you know how this man, something big costs way too much MP. We don't have that much MP no more.
I know, this year has been sucky for MP usage. God damn it.
Yeah. It used to cost 20 MP, now it costs more than SNO.
45, I looked it up, man, it's 45.
MP goes with gas prices.
Yeah, it's 45. It's no longer 2, it's 45 now. The price of Meseta. And let's not forget about how they be chunking it up in Square World. 10 big increments. 10. Oh yes, we haven't forgot about that one game, do we? Treasure of the Rudras.
We're not gonna never forget that one.
How much did a screen clear cost? Yeah, exactly. But you really did shoot someone, didn't you? I saw the moment in which you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You could have just dropped Mr. Sherlock Holmes. From your silence, we can only draw one conclusion. 10 pillars! 420! It's entirely possible for you to have committed the crime. Those three evil brothers over there. Those 3 evil brothers. Congratulations, Gregson. You are now officially an asshole.
You did it, Ryu!
Take a bow, Ryu.
Everyone on the jury's now on your side!
Yeah, honestly, this is so unprecedented that I doubt it will happen again. Second game, it will happen.
If we keep this up, we'll have that not guilty verdict in no time.
A job well done, attorney. What? Why is he laughing? Do you have something to say, Lord Van Zix? I do believe that the defense theory was rather sound. Oh shit. Most likely. You know you're in the presence of 40 Warrior, right? You do realize he's a connoisseur when it comes to these kind of drinks. Do you really want to piss him off now? This is how Asian street performers fool their customers. A malicious distraction, one might call this. An outrageous offense. What? This theory of yours made no sense to begin with. Naturally, that's because it is contradictory.
Contradictory?
You really haven't realized. Pardon me, Lord Rumsford. Could you perchance explain this malicious distraction to us? The contradiction is exceedingly simple. Damn it!
If the contradiction is exceedingly simple, you're throwing your drinks instead of drinking them. It's a drink. That's why it's called a drink, not a throw. It's not a throwing item.
And yet, he did it. In front of you.
I know. Remember this fucker.
It's related to the number of bullets fired. The number of bullets?
Is that matched up with the number of drinks you've thrown so far?
It matches basically the title of this stream. Oh, it pretty much matches everything.
Should know that this prosecutor wouldn't overlook a detail like that.
Huh? What are they talking about? I told you. Would you guide me? Hi! Remind me how many bullets were found at the crime scene. 2, I believe. Correct. One struck the victim in the back and cheek. The other hit the sham detective, Sherlock Holmes, after he arrived on the scene. Indeed. The hole created by this bullet was shown in the photo defense submitted earlier. The bullet that hit Mr. Holmes passed through his flesh and hit the condom. Correct. Thus, the number of guns fired equals 2. The victim's gun. And the team pilot's gun. Today's is very each gun was fired only once. Only once. You are indeed correct! By the way, I thought you said it yourself, didn't you? These 2 men shot Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, sir!
Oh, sit down!
If the gun used to shoot Mr. Holmes was only 5 wounds,
There's no way it could have been used to shoot the pawnbroker.
Yes, this Japanese boy has indeed presented a certain possibility. What you call me? Well, that possibility was at a 0% chance from the very beginning.
Wait, 0% is what is this? XCOM?
Oof. Sir, that's not even fair. Order! 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 Oh, you pissed him off. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. No. No, you... Oh.
He wants to get chokeslammed.
I'm gonna step back over here. I'm just gonna do this real nice and neat. I'm just gonna just say, you know what? That's your ass. That's your ass. That's your ass. How imputed of me to toss his divine bottle into the gallery. I plead your forgiveness. Would you kindly?
No. You plead my fears? No.
Lord Van Six? Ladies and gentlemen of the Crown Court, let me make this abundantly clear once more. Could someone get Godot out here right now? Please, just someone get Godot. I swear to God, just bring his ass out here. He will punch you right in the face for doing that kind of shit. At least Godot would actually catch it, his drink, take a sip, and then would he decide to throw it at Phoenix Wright? He would. But he would remember that special blend number 53.
Yes, and the darkness of the coffee therein.
Yes. He wants to savor the drink. He would not need to throw it. Unless if there's too much cream and sugar. The defendant, Jeanne Lestrade, is no normal girl. Her age may make her legally a child, but unfortunately, she's a whore. I mean, she is not an upstanding Londoner. She is a black-hearted criminal. You're saying she's the Black Monster?
What?
She cannot exist?
Cannot exist?
She broke into Hatch's pawnbrokers with malicious intent. As you can see here, she is aiming a gun at the victim. And now I have one more thing that I wish to show you. It's the disc.
Scotland Yard will be taking Colin McGonagall's provisions.
Don't you hand it no, that's mine.
Sorry, little girl. You have to take all McGonagall's belongings as evidence.
It's McDonald's music box disc. The day before the crime, the defendant attempted to pay for this from Hatch's pawnbrokers. But she didn't resort to her usual methods. No, this was more akin to fraud.
What?
To sympathize with her because she is a child which only set us up for failure. She has proven that she is fully capable of committing crimes when push comes to shove. Do not forget this.
I see. The court will accept this dish into evidence. It will serve as a reminder of the true nature of the defendant. Pardon me, my Lord Van Zeeks.
What is he doing?
Yesterday's joint meeting between Yard and the prosecutor's office, I believe we came to an agreement that this should not be submitted as evidence.
Do you realize how tightly you're squeezing your fish and chips? Okay. What's going on here? I've never seen Inspector Gregson try to stop Prosecutor Van Zeeks like this.
Nobody told me about this week.
I am the only man who can decide where this trial goes.
Wait, what?
I appreciate your warning, Inspector Gregson.
What would happen if he met Judge Gordy? No, you do not decide where this goes. The goddess of law decides the trial.
Oh god,
No, the Lord of Drapes decides your fate. This has nothing to do with the goddess of law. This is more about the Lord of Drinks.
the goddess of law.
The Lord
Yes.
of Drinks!
Your favorite. Your favorite god. Or gods.
I prefer the Lord of Drinks. The Lord of Drinks knows club.
Yeah. Hail Dionysus.
Hell yeah! Now, my lord, this disc will be submitted as evidence.
Understood. The court accepts.
The accused opportunity for murder, her motive, and capacity for criminal action. All of the above has been made clear for the court to see. Konami, I await your confident verdict. Fine, jurors. Da-da-da-da-da. Inspector asshole. How on earth? Moments ago, the jury was on my side, but now. All it takes is a moment, huh?
My lord! My lord! As the commander of the small platoon, I would like an opportunity to speak. Go on, Foreman. At this moment, all of our lingering doubts have been resolved. We have reached the final conclusion. That is the conclusion that we have reached.
What? You literally just said that. Wording! Oh no. Please.
Very well.
And the conclusion we have reached is Zavari. The truth is now become apparent to us.
Very well, then allow me to make a formal request. Could you please stop double-tracting yourself? George, present your verdicts to the court.
有罪
有罪
有罪有罪
有罪
有罪
Yes. Even Russia, Gendo Ikari agrees.
Bad ending or what?
Was that bad, or was that good, or was that good?
The jury seems to have reached a unanimous verdict, though, that this is. Oh, that's just stupid. When you have
Did you screw up?
No. When you have eliminated all that is impossible, then whatever it means must be the truth.
Well, that's one of Holmes's lines. How dare he use it without my permission? And he looks so smug about it, too.
How does submitting a disc suddenly make this apparent?
I have no idea.
That don't make sense for myself. Like, wait.
Yeah, without whatever's on the disc, that's kind of important.
Another thing within this episode that makes sense.
Don't worry, guys. I won't let it in like this. There has to be more to this case than meets the eye. We know part of the truth already. We know that Gina definitely did not shoot Hatch. We know that you have sent this message. We know. Oh, sorry. God damn it, Kiko. You and your covert action. We know that your role was mastermind.
Oh god, it's over here, man. I need to crack again. Oh no.
Very well. Let us begin the second closing argument of today's trial. Foreman on the jury, you prepared. Of course, we are always ready to do battle. Okay. 6 judges, of whom I forgot each and every one of your names. The court orders you to explain the reasons and the basis behind your guilty verdicts. Number 2. At the end of the day, a pickpocket's still a pickpocket. She's not a good citizen like us.
You're one to talk, Mr. Oh my lap, oh my lap, oh my lap. You're one to talk, Mr. Burnt Dick.
Only 2 shots with that. Pawn shot. It's clear who the murderer is. I don't even need a stereotype for this. No matter how you look at it, she's guilty.
I don't even use stereotype as implying that he would use a stereotype if given the opportunity.
I know, right?
I didn't think that surgery would turn out to be such a bother.
She attempted robbery the day before as well. Today looks to be a busy day.
I am an expert of goodness.
This jury is taking the piss.
Yes. I am expert of guns. I have seen many crimes. I know the world. Yes, we know Russian, Gendo, Ikari, we know. With your little mouse named Shinji. Yeah, get it.
He's not gonna tell him to get in the mech, is he?
He always squeezed the living shit out of that mouse.
Well then, there is no room for doubt with this verdict. The black-hearted attorney's hypothesis was ever so slightly persuasive, I admit. But the second exploded into a cloud of shrapnel, I knew it was all over. I felt it in my bones!
But you never felt it in your boner. Never again, and your name will now and forever be called Charles Xavier. This is bad. All of my momentum must turn against me in mere seconds.
I'm still angry.
Itis?
That stupid, plagiarizing prosecutor! Doesn't he know that being a thief has nothing to do with shooting hatchling? I can't believe him. He's just horrible.
And down the line, there will be a man who will basically straighten all that shit out, and his name will be called Edgeworth.
Of course. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow then.
Allow me to exit the stage for a moment. I wish to savor the blessed flavor within this holy grail. 3. 3.
Go on, defense. Begin your closing argument.
Understood. Rebut all. The fuck you saying about surgery? What the hell? That surgery has nothing to do with this trial. Could you please put it aside for now? The defendant's life is on the line here.
I'm not sure I can. There's no guarantee that this has nothing to do with the case.
What?
After all, he was definitely shot, but the bullet just disappeared from his abdomen. Don't you think that's a little too strange?
I'm a little afraid to ask. Who was this patient of yours?
What was his name? Hollock?
Oh, God. If you say Harlock, I'm just go... Do you mean Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, that's his name. It was Mr. Holmes.
You, sir. You, sir. You, sir. That's a one-hand clap right there. You deserve that. What? You're saying that you were the surgeon for his operation?
Indeed, it was a major operation. We were using the latest forms of anesthesia.
No way. What kind of coincidence is this?
It was brought to our hospital shortly after midnight. He'd been shot. They said, sliced and diced through his stomach.
You didn't wait for Kudo Hazama, did you?
But no matter how much I searched, I just couldn't find the bullet. The Versailles reluctantly put him back together again.
How would you search you couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again, could you?
I could tell if this was Blackjack, he would have the most horrid look on his face right now. It's like,
I hit and I hit. And no matter what, I couldn't put my bank account back together again.
Did you really expect to find a bullet?
Yes, why?
that bullet was left at the crime scene.
That is true. This picture clearly shows it. The bullet from the tin pitter's gun hit Mr. Holmes. And that bullet went straight through his body before getting lodged.
And that bullet, yeah, of course. And that bullet went straight through his body before getting lodged in the calendar. It's pretty clear if you think about it stereoscopically, right?
Ah! Who do you think I am?
You're not Kamina, sir. Because Kamina would know who the hell he knows he is. Actually, I don't know you.
When I saw that hole in his stomach, of course I flipped him over.
Flip. Did you examine Mr. Holmes' back?
And there were no signs of an exit wound.
Really?
Thus, I deduced the bullet must still be inside of him. And for that reason, I sliced and diced.
Oh my god.
Sir? I'm glad you don't exist in present day. We would call you crazy. We would call you Dr. Giggles.
Yep. Unless, of course, the weapon wasn't a bullet. It was a knife. Or not a knife, like something sharp.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, though. That makes sense, guys.
I'm ready to scream my demands to the heavens. Can anyone in the world solve this mystery?
You're
Yes,
right.
I can scream your demands too. I demand that you be discredited, that you be kicked out of a doctoral school or academia or
Oh,
whatever you're
God.
associated with. I demand that you, well, I demand that you become a butcher, actually.
Full-blown self-exile. Expulsion for the rest of your life. For the remaining of your days.
Yeah, go just start being the butcher in the market or something.
The Butcher of Baker Street. And you shall change your name to Sweeney Todd. You're right, this is quite the mystery.
Where did the disappearing bullet go? Is there a gun expert who can solve this?
Is there a gun expert as Juror 6?
Aha.
You literally just said.
Yes, I'm an expert at guns. I've seen many crimes and I know it all. Do you now? I would like to ask for your opinion on those two statements just now.
Oh, a gun expert?
Opinion. On the night of the crime, Mr. Holmes was shot by the tin pillars. Given there was no exit wound in his back, I surmised that the bullet did not pass through. But the bullet wasn't inside him either. And a bullet was already discovered, lodged in the wall of the shop. Juror 6 is the. My name is Dimitri. Do you perhaps have the answer to the mystery plaguing Juror 4? Russian Gendo Ikari says, when I was in Russia, thing happened. It was blizzard night, temperature below freezing. I ran on mountain path. What? Mountain path was narrow, falling snow had frozen.
was good. I was chased by man on dog sled, aiming shotgun at me from behind.
Okay.
I don't think I'll ask for more details on that part. Was his name James Bond, perhaps?
I was shot in back, failing to sleep. The way I was then is the same as what I hear now. I was shot but no bullet inside me. No exit wound either. In that case, where did the bullet go? Bullet did not hit me. Then what on earth did it hit? It hit big, frozen block of ice beside me. Warning shot. Ah. Then sharp piece of ice break off and stab me. I make mistake. I think deep wound was because of bullet. Unbelievable! The piece of ice melted from body heat. That is answer to mystery of disappeared bullet.
Do not try to question Russian Gendo Ikari, please.
But what does that have to do with this? Look, that wasn't a blizzard in the pawn shop. And that wasn't a single snowflake.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps take it a little less literally.
Say, Ryu, where was Holmes' shot again?
I think it was around his stomach.
Holmes always had a pouch attached to his belt.
Pouch. How did she mention it?
And that pouch always has 3 test tubes filled with really dangerous chemicals in it.
What? Dangerous chemicals?
Why would you do that?
Doctor, where's Mr. Holmes' pouch?
I don't think he had anything like that on him when he was admitted.
Pardon me. Sir, we are watching you and that glass. Prosecutor?
I do understand that it's prohibited for the prosecution to speak during closing argument. But the detective's pouch is currently in my possession.
Really?
When the police arrived on the scene,
Or
they removed the aforementioned pouch in order to examine his wound. Oh, no wonder I don't remember it then. Since then, it has been stored with the other pieces of evidence. Most likely not one man has touched the pouch since the night of the crime. No, this is exceedingly unusual occurrence for a closing argument. The court requests that the prosecution submit evidence for reference. Bring Mr. Sherlock Holmes' pouch here at once. So, this is it. It isn't the pouch Mr. Holmes wore.
yes, that is his poke belt.
I see it. There's a broken glass tube that has burned the pouch here. It's like an explosion occurred.
An explosion.
In other words, the bullet fired by the Tempos hit this pouch.
And the tester exploded, injuring the great detective.
Self-inflicted.
The bullet started counting down your intellects. How delectable. One of today's missiles has finally been sold.
Not that it has any relation to the trade at hand. Those two scoundrels shot the detective, and the defendant shot the victim. The circumstances of this case have not changed in any way.
At least, I'm incredibly satisfied. I must thank you, black-hearted defense attorney.
He has a name, you know. Duh. No problem, I guess.
The court might as well accept this tattered pouch and substance.
I gotta bail for the night.
Alright.
See you later.
Alright then. Humsey's pouch is not tattered. It's tattered, dear.
Let us return to the closing argument.
That's an interesting game I might want to do a Let's Play on. I think I'll look that up after I'm done with this. I forgot to do this while I was on break.
Let us return to the closing argument. Now it seems overturning this verdict will prove quite difficult.
Please, I just need more time. At the very least, I have a new lead. No matter what. You and Inosuke Naruhodo, you can't afford to let any clues go to waste. There must be an opportunity to make a turnabout somewhere. this is about the number of shots fired?
There were 2 bullets. We already know exactly which guns they came from. I could easily tell how many guests we've had. Simply by counting the plates. Same concept.
I can't say she's wrong about that,
But
yes.
now and again, guests will make off with our high quality bone china plates.
That sounds like a pretty poor guess.
So, for example, if there was one more bullet, a different bullet, maybe I would be waiting to reconsider my verdict.
But a third bullet been left at the crime scene. Yeah. I've got your third bullet right here. So if I told you this was the third bullet, would you believe me?
You would only submit my opinion of you as a pitiful little boy.
I guess this really doesn't show where the third bullet went.
This doesn't happen to show any of the bullets ones.
No!
In any case, if you plan to present the bullet, make sure it's an actual bullet first.
I think I'm getting exhausted for this long journey.
If we really do find the third bullet, we should shut them right away.
Well, let's take a look. Right here. This got burned up pretty bad.
Hey, the strap here is broken.
Looks like this is where the bullet hit.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look here.
Like I said, I got your bullet right here. Huh? Hey, Iris, take a look at this. Behind this broken glass tube, it's... Well, it's a bullet! So this must be where the bullet that was fired at Mr. Holmes made contact. This is a huge find. So now we know, on that night, there were 3 bullets fired in Hatch's shop.
Hey, you! Didn't someone say something about the possibility of a third bullet?
Yeah, time to press them for all they're worth. There's your third bullet. Like I said, I got your third bullet right here. Here you go. We just found it. On the night of the crime, there was another bullet in Hatch's prom book. On the night of the crime, there was another bullet in Hatch's pawnbrokers.
What manner of source was this Japanese boy? Where did that bullet come from?
It was lodged in Mr. Holmes' pouch. It was removed from his clothes when he was taken to the hospital. Since then, nobody has examined it.
The bullet at the temple shop.
Yes, my lord. Presumably, that bullet was the one that struck this pouch.
But this create a contradiction. If the bullet that shot Mr. Holmes is here, then what is the bullet picture here? Oh. Oh.
Two guns have already been submitted into evidence. Those are Hatch's revolver
And the 10 pillars on gun.
and the number of bullets discharged from these guns adds up to 1 each. Then you've got it. This means a third bullet was discharged at the crime scene. But we know that only 2 bullets have been fired from the guns in evidence. As long as this fatal contradiction goes unresolved, a verdict would be senseless.
Order. Order in the court. In the closing argument of all things, the shocking new truth has been reviewed. This new information shakes the very basis of the trial as well. By the authority of the Crown Court, I have no choice but to suspend this closing argument until further notice.
What? Suspend?
Bailiff, send the witnesses back to the stand.
Okay. Refreshing. We're going to refresh this.
Witnesses.
Yes, sir.
I trust you to the defense's closing argument.
Yes, sir.
These formalities do little more than this. Answer me promptly and clearly. A third bullet was present at the crime scene. Explain this.
Yeah, wait, you see... Do it. Did you fart or did you not? No way!
So you're saying there was someone else there?
You gotta be joking! We ain't nothing but your best brothers, ain't? What happened to that third brother they were looking for?
The guns found at the crime scene fired 2 bullets in total. So where is the gun that fired the third?
Hey,
Defense.
sir?
I would like to hear you. What do you make of this third bullet? Whose gun fired the shot?
I think about all the testimony and evidence presented so far, I should be able to answer. What happened in the pawn shop? I believe the third bullet shows us that there was a co-conspiracy. The 10 Pillars brought a third conspirator into the shop. They've been trying to hide the truth about this third party. But he was the third person with a gun on the night of the crime. I know who. They both do. The court is preparing to conclude in the second closing argument. It's too late to claim that there was another man at the crime scene without some evidence. If you can't provide decisive evidence, your claim's worthless. The prosecution demands two answers from the defense. First, prove that there was another person at the scene that night. Second, tell us the identity of the so-called third party. The Templars are definitely lying. But I don't know how I'm going to prove the identity of their co-conspirator.
Can you do it, defense?
I need to prove both the presence and the identity of this third party. In response to the prosecution's demand, the defense, I'm prepared to answer. I understand. Defense is ready to answer all of your demands. Your daughter now has betrayed your decision despite your words. Now's the time to choose. Will you cast aside your indecision or will you tell it? No matter what, the only way is forward. I should look at all the evidence I have and think through this.
The court requires evidence from the defense on that night when the crime occurred. What evidence shows that a third party was present at the scene?
Well, I got your evidence field. I got your evidence file right here.
Those samples again?
Not me. We require a more detailed answer. Which of those samples proves the existence of a third conspirator? One.
What is this? There's some odd little green stain around the book.
That is a bloodstain on it.
Really? What idiocy. Green blood.
Are we meant to conclude that some life form other than humans evolved? This is one of Sherlock Holmes' inventions. Mr. Holmes? I do remember this part from the novels. We still don't have a name for this, but this chemical changes color in reaction to the makeup of people's blood.
Makeup of their blood.
The makeup of everyone's blood is just slightly different. Just one glance at the color and you can tell whose blood it is. Ooh! Now I'm really thinking in the third dimension! This is so exciting. My heartbeat won't stop rising. As it turns out, this is Hatch's blood. In other words, what this green bloodstain is showing is that someone was definitely shot here.
Objection! If we don't know if this green blood is related to the case,
We do know. The day of the murder is shown on the calendar that the bullet was lodged into. So naturally, it must have made its way into the calendar during the crime.
then whose blood is it?
There are no signs of the Templar brothers having been shot. Therefore, there must have been a third party who left this blood stain.
You claim that you revealed the third party's identity. And so afterwards, who is the starting intruder? Eggs Benedict on whole wheat.
This person's name is Eggs Benedict.
What man oh man is this Eggs Benedict fellow?
He was a customer that visited the pawn shop on the afternoon of the day of the crime.
He was there when the defendant tried to steal this from the corner of the St. Drapes.
Correct. And this man who calls himself Eggs Benedict tried to steal it from the defendant, but he failed.
Shopkeeper? Yes. This wretched pickpocket just redeemed the pledge from the wait. That belongs to me. I demand its immediate return.
You're lying! I don't know what you're yapping about!
Now return that coat to me. Oh, and I ask that you return that music box disc as well, of course.
Inspector Gregson, you should have seen him as well. After all, you were the one who confiscated the disc.
Is this true, Inspector Gregson? I'd ask from the bank. Give me a picture of mine in case I need one. It's a picture taken by the online crime recording device. That's definitely the same man. So this man is a third intruder.
What do you have to say to that, Mr. Tim Pillar?
We ain't got foggy no here, bro. I ain't seen him before, bro. I suppose these two criminals are going to pretend he doesn't exist. That's the proof, Japanese boy. As I recall, you say you can prove the identity of the third intruder.
And mind you, if you guys have missed it, don't worry. The VOD will basically be the backup as well as it'll go up on YouTube. The next day, which will be Wednesday. So mind you, when part 1 of this finale goes up, that's going to be Tuesday. And the second half of the finale is going to be up Wednesday. Keeping track with everything that I've been doing. Because, you know, content.
As I recall, you said you could prove the identity of the third intruder.
I can?
Come on, shows the evidence.
Yeah. If you're going to incriminate him, then it's fine.
This is the final piece of evidence. This whole trial felt like something was missing. Now's the time to finally show it to the court. Defense, are you prepared?
I am. I will now present my evidence. Here's the evidence that this man is the intruder who was shot by the third bullet. Toast? Because if you see here,
Timagundo. That's the old man you defended, right? You could have picked someone better.
thank you. I certainly appreciate career advice from a 10-year-old.
But I wonder why his name went there anyways.
That's exactly what I'd like to know.
Hey, Ryu! Is this... blood? It's blood, right?
It is. That was just a tiny smudge. Now she mentioned it.
Alright, time to take this girl for a whirl. It sure has been a while. Okay, Ryu. Now keep that just really, really still.
Okay. Please just get it over with.
Right, now let's do it.
Green blood.
Oh, I just love how pretty these colors come out every time.
This color.
What's wrong, Ryu?
Oh, nothing. But the shade of green. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Blood samples found using these special chemicals. So far, we have 4. That evidence is filed right in here.
You're presenting the blood samples again?
Seems you're not from blood control to examine the scene thoroughly. I demand another answer from you. Review the sample that proves this man was hit by the 3rd bullet on that night. Yeah, right here. Right here. I said this once already. The defendant tried to illegitimately withdraw this disc on the day of the crime.
That's when this eggs Benedict Vero appeared. And he tried to steal it, correct?
Yes, my lord. I was there when it happened. There was a little incident at the time.
Of course, Mr. Bank.
Of course, Mr. Benedict Q. I will leave it at that for now then. Good day.
Now, hold on a sec. That plate. That's mine.
What are you doing, stupid girl?
Look, you've made me bleed! There are many metallic pins engraved into music boxes. Mr. Benedict got a small cut on his finger from one of those sharp pins. His blood is still on this dish.
So it is. This really is blood.
The defense has just examined this bloodstain.
Using this baby here, of course.
And this was the result.
Whoa.
Green blood. the exact same color as the Saiban from before.
This is my evidence. The evidence of the third intruder at the scene of the crime. It was the man who calls himself Eggs Benedict.
He was a third intruder. The Temple brothers look like they've seen a ghost.
Bring that cowl to stone!
My lord, please. Call this ex-bandit to the stand as a witness.
Indeed, it would be wrong to ignore this man's existence.
Idiot!
It is tragic that you managed to come so far despite being so clueless about law. Sherlock Holmes. I heard the name before. The protagonist of a popular novel. Detective so great that he seemed to be good. You're saying you used a chemical developed by a fictional character? Such dubious rubbish can hardly be called evidence. And the bloodstain turned green after reacting to this chemical. How do we know that this reaction is exclusive to one man's blood?
Well,
Because Mr. Holmes says so. Surely even you wouldn't say something so foolish.
God!
What? You mean Mr. Holmes' invention isn't any good?
Says someone. A new detective, anyway.
Bobby Corker still think it's worth pursuing?
I knew it would turn out like this. Society still hasn't acknowledged Mr. Holmes' invention. There's no other hill for me to die on.
What was that Beardy said earlier? He said something about stopping the closing argument for now. So doesn't that mean the closing argument still isn't over, right?
What?
And there are only a few people who can continue closing argument? There are those 6 jurors, you know. So, whether Holmes' drug is fact or fiction, it doesn't actually matter right now.
Oh, of course. You may look innocent, but you certainly are a frightening little girl.
There's only one question now. When it comes to Ryu's argument. What do the 6 people over there think? That's all there is to it. So, am I wrong?
I'm speechless. Mr. Holmes' partner really came through.
Bang!
Though I'm rather shocked by who pointed it out. It is true that the closing argument reached no proper conclusion. It can't be. The court seeks final verdict from the jury. I expect an unwavering conclusion befitting the citizens of our fine land. Now, jury, state your verdicts.
無罪
無罪
無罪有罪
有罪
無罪
For 4-2. Oof.
To vote guilty for not guilty. Thus concludes the closing argument. This is absurdity! I refuse to accept a verdict like this. These fools were swayed so easily by an amateur's detective's suspicious chemicals. They are unfit to both judge and proper verdict. There is only one conclusion revealed by the it reveals that I cannot pass judgment at this moment in time. However, we now face a new problem. The defense has demanded a new witness be brought to the stand. But I don't expect this to be a simple affair.
Why not?
Eggs Benedict is clearly a pseudonym.
No. Yeah, it's a fake name. Just when I thought I could finally track that third intruder in here. Pardon me. May I ask a question?
Oh, but of course. Who wishes to speak?
It was me.
Chair 5. Something matter.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Me.
Could you show us that photograph again?
Oh, this one. The one with Eggs Benedict.
I was right. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me after all. Excuse me, Chair 5. Do you perhaps know this man? Yes, I do.
What? Oh, Howard! Hold on! Hold on the court! Job 5, as I recall, you are...
Yes, I am a technician. I suppose you could say I am a telecommunications expert. Telecommunications? The man in this photo is a technician working at the same telegraph office as me. In fact, he happens to be incredibly skilled. I'm sure he's busy buzzing away at work right now.
I'm starting to get an odd feeling about this.
For intruder, I was expecting him to have a more evil job. It's surprising that he's just a normal guy with a normal job.
Yeah, I suppose. At the source of my discomfort. If he works with the same bill, I'm sure we can summon him within the hour. Any objections, Lord Bunzix? No, my lord. The court orders you to summon this man, Pulses. Understood. All is for my lord. The court will now enter 1 hour recess. We await the arrival of our next witness before requesting his testimony. Inspector Gregson, my lord, I would like to ask you the details of what happened in the pawn shop. As soon as we break, come to my office at once. I shall, my lord. Call now adjourned for whistles.
Well, boy, boy. Mm-hmm. So let's see. We don't have much of this left, actually. From what I'm looking at. Mm-hmm. We are going into overtime, good people. And I'm just looking at my notes here. That I always sit right beside me every time I do these type of games because, you know, notes really do help. You can ask anyone who takes notes in their Let's Play sometimes. I'm one of those people that takes it the extra mile and makes sure my notes are right in front of me. Whether I'm doing this as a Let's Play or I'm streaming this. I'm making sure, okay, as a just in case on hand, I also make sure that I use YouTube is on hand, especially with visual clues that I can't understand. I use that as well. The only thing I'm making sure I do is I make sure that when I'm doing this, it's right in front of me. But, you know, before I actually continue on, I'm going to drop a save date just in case as well. Because I know where we're going here. Well, we're basically going into the final territory of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break and I'll be right back. Not stopping the stream, just I'll be right back. Something to drink. Something to drink. Something to drink. Something to drink. Whew, that feels so much better. Had to wash my hands. Short intermission. Okay. Back at it. Let's go. "12:47 p.m. Back in the lobby. Gina, good job hanging there. I hate how I've gotten used to seeing her like this.
Teeny Bean! You okay? You seem kinda down. What? Why are you fighting so hard from someone gormless like me? Huh? You saw the photo.
The photo.
Oh, you mean this? Holmes's camera really didn't help us out there. I honestly even didn't know there was a photo like that. Anyone say I'm done for after seeing this?
I won't lie, my stomach started knotting up when it was presented.
Even after all was said and done, you still want to say you trust me?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Teeny Bean, would you mind telling us what really happened that night? Huh? Rhea's been able to piece together a lot of the story. If you could tell us, I want to hear from the horse's mouth. Fine.
That night, after all, ate at Holmes' place.
Oh, wait, I suspect you in your guy.
Right, I remember that.
After that, couldn't catch Wink asleep at all. So I went over to that pawn shop just to check.
It's about Ice Man's right? The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what kind of story it is, but I sure would have been pretty bad for Holmes if he out. Well, I was sure it would have been pretty bad for Holmes if he got out. That's the reason why I fib about pulping it at the pawn shop. At least that's what I got at the time, so
You broke into Hatch's shop.
I just had to know if the manuscript was ready down, you know? Of course, never thought things would turn out the way they did. Smashed the lock on the entrance and went inside. Everything was pitch black. So I lit the lamp on the table after that.
What are you doing?
Ah! I thought my heart was gonna stop before I knew what I was doing. I snatched the gun from the counter and I was putting it right at him.
But never fired.
So that guy for money every day. Is this the sort of thing pickpockets are up to nowadays?
The manuscript. The Sherlock Holmes one is there.
What's in the world do you want?
The hound of the basket. The hound of something bees. If you say I won't see it.
Even if my life is at stake, I cannot hand over another customer's belongings.
I don't want nick it. I just want to have a look, is all.
So you just want to see it?
I need to know if Holmes actually left it here. Please, let me see the manuscript.
Okay, I get it. Please just put the gun down.
I'm going to lock the storeroom and two of us win inside. The manuscript was actually there. Almost tell you the truth. Davey, did you do that for me? Suddenly, I heard something coming from inside the shop. That must have been when the Templar brothers broke in. Did you hear that? Someone's out there.
Is my shop an exclusive gathering place for miscreants tonight?
Oh, bugger, I forgot to close the bloody door after I came in.
I'll take a look. Give me the gun.
I should go too.
Don't be daft. You stay out. Don't move a muscle.
After he said that, he went and took the gun from me and left. I tried to hear what's happening from inside the dark storeroom and suddenly I had sounds of a struggle. Felt like I had to go home. Right about when I was gonna leave the room, I think there were two gunshots. They fired almost simultaneously. And then he dropped like a brick right from me.
And the gun slid right out of his hand into her.
I rushed to shut the bloody door quick, and I locked it.
You were worried that the culprit might have come in afterwards, right?
I picked up the gun from the uncle's arm. If they tried to come in, I'd have to fight back. But when I looked down at him, I realized
He got shot in the back.
he was already dead. And then the back of my head got really cold. I can't really remember anything after that.
That was when you fell unconscious, right?
If I'd been such a cock up, then I just wouldn't have to die from it.
Did you tell any of this to the police?
Of course I did, but nobody would believe me. Nah, I'm gonna get you in more trouble, that's it. Don't worry, just hold out for a little longer. You will corner the culprit in a flash. Is it ready, Em? Eggs Benedict. The bloke who looked down on me with that divvy grin on his face. He was acting at the shop that night. I still didn't know his real name, but
I still don't know his real name, but I've no doubt he's involved with this crime. Thanks for telling me all this, Gina.
all that's left is to leave it to you. You can sit back and relax.
And should anything happen, hashtag blame Ryu.
No.
Yeah? What is it, Gina?
How can you still say that you trust me?
the rule.
Have you already forgotten about everything that's happened 2 months ago? Me and that bugging McGundle, he lied to you. And because of that, you ended up letting a murderer go scot-free?
I'll never forget.
Huh?
I had no choice back then. It was all for proof. Just like real life. What I'm doing, it's all for proof. I still feel that regret to this day. But I promised you at the start, didn't I? No matter what happens, I'll trust you until the bitter end.
But I could still be feeding you lies. You might be defending a murderer again, you know.
Like you, I've also stood as a defendant in court before.
Blimey.
There's a murder case back in Japan. Even I knew it, that I looked suspicious. I convinced myself that nobody would believe me. But there was one man who offered to defend me, no matter what it meant for him. He was my best friend. Naruhodo! Is there anyone who trusts you more than me? Leave it to me. All you have to do is trust me. Same thing my brother always tells me. All you have to do is trust me. And I have to say this. It's been really hard to do that. I mean, throughout my entirety of my life, or at least until I basically reach adulthood. That was the hardest thing I had to do. Which is the hardest thing that anybody could do. Is trust. And in Japan, they take that as much as the sword they carry. As anyone who is a samurai, they take that, say, when they say leave it to me, they do mean that. They're not bullshit. So I'm being reminded every time I have talks with my brother, Ronald. He always tells me the same thing. Bro, I got you. Leave it to me. But you are going to have to pay me back. And I do make good on my promises. It's like nobody lives free. And I can say, you know, in hindsight, I guess what happened to me, I didn't ask for it. But at the same time, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect the after effects. Some things I had to experience on my own. And some I needed help with. But the one thing I wanted just more than anything is to exist at the same time that I'm willing to do whatever I can to make my life actually worthwhile. I was so happy that I started crying. But at that moment, somewhere deep inside me, I couldn't help but think. In truth, even he suspects me, doesn't he? But I was wrong. Once the trial started, he made it plain as day. He really did trust me. And gradually, my trust in him strengthened as well. That's when I realized, if I wanted others to trust me, I had to place my trust in them first.
First, place your trust in others.
No matter what happens, Gina, I trust you. You don't need to worry about a thing.
Even though I'm a scheming lying dirty TV.
Gina, you're different from a Gondol.
Oh. That's right. You're a friend after all. I was...
We know you very well. You can trust us, Gina. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
That's all you have to do.
Yep. Yep. No, honey.
Defendant! Defense! A trial will resume shortly. Please return to the court ground once.
The Crown Court.
Hi!
Defendant and defense. I played both roles at least once. That's why I understand just how much it takes to truly trust someone from the bottom of your heart. And more than that, I understand the weight of having someone else fully place their trust in you. Now the curtain rises on the final battle. I hope you're watching, Cecilia. And you too, partner. April 17th, 1:41 p.m. Also, another thing about trust is you have to show more than just say, I mean, it's not just, one side, but both sides have to basically prove it to each other.
Calls now back to session for the trial team strike. Lord Ramsey, were you able to summon the witness? We were able to issue subpoena to return. Unfortunately, due to the rain, his courts will be arriving. During recess, Inspector Gretchen told me the details about the night of the crime. Overlooking the third bullet was a fatal blunder indeed. My deepest apologies, my lord. Regarding evidence gained through the defense's use of forensic chemicals, unfortunately it is an inadmissible as evidence due to our lack of clear scientific answers.
Drapes! This will be the last you hear of me and Holmesy.
And on! Witness summoned by the court has just arrived. They would bring him at once.
Thanks, Benedict. Over easy. He will be scrambled. I didn't think we'd see him in court, of all places. It only takes me 5 minutes to wash my hands, so therefore it's like, why should I turn off the screen just to wash my hands? That'd be silly. 5-10 minutes, you know. Take me that long to wash my hands. Basically take a little intermission. I'm like 2 rooms across from where I am. Like, you know, I'm just simply going to the bathroom, wash my hands. And of course, you know, doing a number 1. And there you go.
The court appreciates your prompt arrival despite a short notice.
But of course, it is only natural for an upstanding citizen such as myself.
Now then, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Rupert Togre. I work as a technician at a telegraph office.
Rupert? Rupert!
The two of us right in the heart of London as telegraph is responsible for the city area.
So, for what reason have I been called here today? I believe you should have been briefed on the situation by an officer during the ride here.
Yes, that is correct. I have this accident to do with some matter in the Baker Street pawn shop. Something about me sneaking into the shop on the night of the incident.
Quite right.
That is the defense accusation. It don't make me say so.
Now, witness, the court demands your testimony. Testify about this accusation towards you.
Very well. 'Twould be my pleasure.
In the newer version, he is dubbed as Ashley Graydon.
Even a man like me was dying to visit a pawn.
Let me start that again.
Even a man like me was dying to visit a pawn shop once in a while. You claim that I broke into that pawn shop with these miscreants on the night of the murder? I don't see how you can expect me not to laugh at such a false allegation. And you claim that my blood was present at the crime scene. But shady forensic chemicals made by a shady detective can hardly be called evidence.
And of course, you assert that you had nothing to do with the crime.
I'm mostly shocked and appalled. It's amazing how Detective Silly Tory has the power to bring the Crown Court to its knees. It is the will of the court to respect the will of its jury. Funny you should mention that, as that lot up there is nothing but a band of disappointment.
What's your mouth?
So,
How long must I play along with this farce?
You will be free to leave soon. If you can prove that you have nothing to do with the crime.
Settle. But then it looks like I'll be able to make it back in time for afternoon tea.
Now, defense, begin your cross-examination.
We meet again, Mr. X. Benedict. What was your real name again? Rupert Chogre? Pardon. I don't think we've met. I'm Yunosuke Naruhodo, attorney at law. I introduced myself to you once before. Rupert Chogre. Pleased to make your acquaintance. In any case. Whoa! Let's get this over quickly, shall we? Just want to show off. There's no doubt that traces of blood were found at the crime scene. We found them thanks to the chemicals developed by the Sherlock Holmes. You think I'm the only man in the world with blood running through his veins? How do you know that the blood you found belongs to me? It could easily have come from one of these two. Everyone's blood has a slightly different makeup. Mr. Holmes' special chemicals react with... Ridiculous. Who is this Holmes character you keep prattling on about? He's the great detective. Everyone in London knows him. A great detective. Don't you find that face just a little dust? You've been reading too many facts, Harris. You've dreamed up a character like that. Really, sir? Do you have a question? Excuse me, Mr. Tim Pellet. Yeah, what? Oh, sorry, I meant the other Mr. Tim Pillar.
How many times do I have to say if I'm not?
20, sir. 20, not 4. I'm not Wally. Yes, I know. Name Tin Pillar. Nash.
What?
Yeah, his dub name in the Switch version or the PC version is Nash. Fan translation is Nimi. We shall call him 20. Just now you were gazing at Mr. Chogre as if you were deep in thought. May I ask you why?
No, you got wrong one, mate. I'll swear he wasn't bloody.
What? Nami, answer the question, please. When you were looking at Chogre, what came to your mind?
I didn't mean. I was thinking on that. I swear I didn't mean them. I was thinking not on that. Don't tweet that, mate. You're wounded.
Wound.
Oh, well, yeah, he was all shot 2 days ago, you know?
I was just concerned. Oh!
Mr. Chogray, did you hear what he just said?
And if I did.
It looks like your good friend here was concerned for your health. More specifically, he was worried about the wound on your arm. My lord. Yes?
I have no idea what these two men are talking about. I believe I should not be forced to testify about anything unrelated to me.
2 nights ago, someone was shot and injured at the crime scene. From the height at which the bullet was found, it's likely that the victim was shot in the arm. Mr. Chogray, let's take a look at your arm. Show us what you're hiding on your left arm. Remember, in way of how it would be looking. Left is right, right is left. So he's holding his right. But as you can tell by way of perspective, this shoulder would be held. This shoulder will be held. My left arm. He's holding his right. So, perspective.
I refuse. Without any decisive evidence to connect me with those two hoodlums over there, I am under no obligation to submit to such a demand. In the first place, I do not even have a connection to the victim's pawn shop, let alone this trial. You have no right to make such insinuations against my character.
You claim that you are completely unrelated to the victim's pawn shop.
My lord, please have Mr. Chogray add that statement to his testimony.
Very well. Let's just continue with the cross-examination. You have any objection?
In any case, I'm completely unrelated to the victim's pawn shop.
You're completely unrelated. But you were there on the day of the crime!
As I said, even a man like me will occasionally grace a pawn shop in my presence. In fact, I'm searching for a new armchair for my study at this very moment.
But on that day, you were trying to redeem a pledge! I am afraid I do not know what you're talking about. Excuse me, Inspector Gregson. What do you want? What do you want? By the way, I'm having salad. You were at Hatch's pawnbrokers at the same time as Mr. Chogray, aren't you? I suppose I do remember. I
I suppose I do remember meeting you that night. Both you and your fair lady sister. And the defendant was there.
Do you remember the pledge that the witness was trying to recover?
All the right, well. I'm afraid my memory of it all is not shaky.
What? You can't be serious!
As such, I'm sorry to say it would be inappropriate for me to testify on that.
What's going on here?
But is he the one that showed us that photograph? Remember, he's made the photo taken by Holmesy's camera?
Oh, you're right.
Indeed, the man in this photograph could very well be the current witness.
As this photograph reveals, this witness has definitely visited Hatch's pawnbrokers. I never denied that, now did I? I went in for bowels and I had a quick chat with him. But that's all. What is he doing? I can understand why Chogre would try to deny the fracas with the dish. But why is Inspector Gregson trying to avoid this subject too? That testimony doesn't give me too much to work with.
What do you think, Theo?
It looks like he's trying his hardest to give us as little information as possible. Unless he talks fewer angles of attack I'll have available.
Wow, he's like the opposite of Holmesy. He talks so much that he leaves himself wide open.
But we did manage to get some new info. It's all thanks to those two losers.
Yeah, we really did.
Is he completely unrelated to the pawn shop? I doubt it.
For now, make sure you take a good look at the court record.
Right. Even the most insignificant looking information could lead us to a breakthrough. Sir. Sir, really? One could say that this testimony is clearly very odd.
One thing is very odd, in my opinion, is your current mental state.
No need to worry about me, my lord.
Fine, fine, please just put your hand down.
That's something I didn't see. Oh, the disc. I read that wrong. Do you happen to recognize this disc? Why would I? This disc was being held at Hatch's pawn shop until the day of the murder. The defendant, Gina, moved to redeem the item, but all of a sudden the man jumped in and tried to steal the item from her. As you know, Mr. Chogre, that man was you. How many times must I say this and tell you this? That man was not me. I've never even seen a disc like that before. There's a blood stain on this disc, however small it may be. At first glance, it appears to be a thumbprint. You can see numerous metal pins on the face of this disc. When the criminal tried to steal the disc, he cut his thumb. Since the criminal left blood on this disc, that obviously means that there should be a cut on his thumb. Oh, of course! Mr. Chogre! You may have refused to let us see your arm, but how about we just take a quick peek at the tip of your thumb? Anyway, we'll see a certain little cut on it. It appears I may have a nurse to meet. What? So you admit it then? You admit that you have a cut on your thumb because you tried to steal the disc?
Order! Order in the court! What did you say, witness?
I think there's a slight misunderstanding going on here. To say that I tried to steal the disc is not at all accurate, and I'm tired of hearing of it. What's that supposed to mean? That disc was mine to begin with, after all. Do you all seriously have a problem with me redeeming my own pledge? Huh? Well. It seems this piece of evidence will explain the connection between this man and the murder. Testify again. This time, tell us more about this disc. As you wish, I suppose. That is clear that this has nothing to do with the murder case, in my opinion. About the disc. Himaganda may be written on that disc, but I can verify that it's mine. On that day, the defendant pilfered my pledge ticket from me. I made great haste to the shop in hopes of reclaiming my item before her, but the disc found its way into the police's hands either way. In other words, I had no reason to sneak into that shop.
Hold a moment. Would this McGundle be the man who was put on trial 2 months ago? The one who mysteriously died shortly after I declared him not guilty?
Yes, that is the one.
Well, Mr. Children, does this mean that you are acquainted with Mr. McGundle?
Yes, my lord, I was. How many dirty deeds were done here? God damn.
Order! I have to say, I wasn't quite expecting Mr. McGundle's name to pop up here again.
According to Gina, McGundle gave her this disc. On the night of McGundle's crime, he told her to pledge this disc to Hatch's pawnbroker.
But that Chogre guy says it's his.
That's a clear indicator that his testimony is full of lies. He went to the pawn shop to steal McGundle's possessions.
Now, defense, begin your cross-examination.
It was confiscated by Inspector Gregson, correct? Yes, I believe that was his name. I was told that all items related to Mr. Magando were being seized as evidence. Hello. Excuse me, Inspector Gregson.
What do you want?
Did something come to mind when you were listening to Mr. Chogray's testimony?
No, not really. Nothing at all.
Let me ask another question then. Why was the yard after causing Magundo's belongings?
Do you expect me to be able to share that information? It's confidential.
Is this one of your top secret investigations, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, sir. Sure you understand.
2 months ago, Colonel Magundo met his untimely demise. He was a prominent figure in London, but he could not escape the dark rumors about him.
Ranzik, what are you going with this? Where are you going with this?
Are the police trying to cover up all the crimes?
Please say no more. There are times when inspectors assign duties that must be carried out as a secret.
Then you're denying that this was a direct order from the Lord Chief Justice Hart Vortex. I wonder why he seems to have so much faith.
In any case, if you want more information from me, you'll have to get permission from Lord Vortex first.
Okay. What in the world? It's like there's something big going on between the prosecutor and inspector.
I suppose we have no choice to demand more information from Inspector Gregson. Witness return to you, just a moment.
Thank you, my lord. Now I present it. Take it. This was brought to the pawn shop under Magundo's orders. Then you try to retrieve his pledge. Except the inspector confiscated that disc before he could take it for himself. If the truth established, there was no reason for him to break into the pawn shop. That's not completely true. Magundo pledged another item at the same pawn shop. This second pledge ticket proves it. Oh. Magundo pledged 2 items to Hatch. You broke in to try and steal the second one. And you did it together with your 2 partners in crime.
A second pledge ticket.
Then what else was it that he deposited? The receipt only says a small box. Yeah, that's what you did. You mean to say I bought these 2 idiots just to break in and steal up tiny books? I believe it's possible. Utter nonsense. Why would I ever do that? Once the contract expires, the pledged item is unredeemed and placed on the shop floor. All I would have to do is purchase it. I wouldn't have any good reason to steal it. It is true.
Make a good argument.
does that mean? There was some reason this guy needed the box on that specific night?
My lord, I want to make something clear to the court. And what would that be, Lord Ranzu? Unfortunately for the defense, the truth is perfectly clear. No small box is stolen from the victim's pawn shop. We have evidence that says as much.
What?
Really? Inspector Gritson, submit the photographs. Sir, understood?
Photographs?
A special taken by the camera that the great detective.
Oh, his camera?
As we previously indicated on the sketch. There were two of these cameras installed in the victim's shop. One camera was set to capture Hutch and any customer standing at the shop counter. The other one was to capture the shelves where the unredeemed pages lay. According to the spreadsheet, the redemption period for McGundle's box ended on April 13, 19. The 2 days before the crime was committed. The moment deadline passed, that box would have been placed on the shelves. And then 2 hours before the murder, at 11 p.m. on April 15th, this picture was taken. My, this is a positively bursting with unredeemed rubbish. Here's another photograph.
2 a.m.
This is Saiban. This is another 2 a.m. Very well, let's compare these 2 photographs. Even if they're side by side, if you don't see any differences between these photos.
Well, I kind of see something. I have to really lean in to do this. I kind of see it. I'm really kind of seeing if I'm really just focusing it. I know I'm gonna be doing after I'm done with this.
Oh, my eyes are going blurry. It's natural to question whether or not it was stolen. We, Scotland Yard, investigated that possibility thoroughly. Then these 2 photos have been examined already. Of course, my lord. After we meticulously counted the items mentioned in each photo, we came to the conclusion that they are exactly the same. I see. As you can see, absolutely nothing was stolen from Hutch's pawn brokers. This Japanese boy's claim is nothing more than false accusation. Ah! No, I was so close. If only I could prove that he stole one of McGundle's pledges. I could have caught him red-handed.
Hey, you? I was just wondering about these 2 photos. Do you think they're really identical?
No, they're not. I could tell. even when I was just like, just staring at it for a while, and I was just glaring at it for a bit, I could see there's something different. Years of doing word searches can kind of do that too, on top of playing video games.
Evaluate defense. The court wishes to confirm the following. On the night of the crime, nothing was stolen from the crime machine. Do you acknowledge this is truth?
Do I? I should look at these photos now. Is there really nothing odd about them? Yeah, there's something. We're going to use some evidence. Before I answer, I'd like to test something.
What are we testing?
For this test, I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence.
I'm afraid I don't see where this is going. What other evidence will reveal a difference between these two photos?
This. I'd like to use this. Let's take a look at these photos stereoscopically.
Oh! You finally open your eyes to the truth! You've come to see the stereoscopic future of stereoscopes!
Of course he's excited.
Go for a review. Let's use this baby and look at these two photos. Let's use this baby and look at these two pictures one more time.
Photos, pictures, whatever.
Here we go.
Yep, there it is. I had a feeling all along. There's clearly something odd about these two pictures.
What? Defense. The court orders you to point out this oddity. Point out the abnormality in this photo.
Yeah, I'm looking dead at it. It's right here. You didn't see this in the first one, but yet you can see it right here. And plus, on top of that, if you really look at it, the time, strangely, like it's 12 instead of A in PM. I'm looking at it. So just in case. Slot 5. I'm looking at 1 right here. I will notice that these photos look nearly identical. But there is just one part that's different.
What?
If you look at these pictures stereoscopically, that right there. The small box almost appeared to jump out from the pictures.
Ugh! I don't believe it!
There's also another thing too. The timestamp.
Right! Something about autism.
There's only one logical conclusion. That night, Magundo's box was not stolen. Instead, someone did pick up this box before trying to put it back where he found it.
Then this is it, isn't it?
This is the small box deposited by Magundo.
Baladashi! What is this supposed to change? It wasn't stolen, it was just moved. The circumstances of the crime still haven't changed at all.
I Gundam's box wasn't stolen. It was just moved, but does that mean the situation has changed? It means it changes. That's what it means. It changes everything. Don't you think this changes the circumstances of the crime completely? What do you mean? The issue here is what's moved. A small box. That must mean something was inside, right? We need to examine the small box pictured here right away. It should still be on the shelf in Hatch's shop. There's no point. The owner of this box has been dead for 2 months. What does it have to do with us? Objection overruled. Dave, head to the crime scene at once. Retrieve the box in question and examine the contents. No, we're gonna finish this shit tonight. I expect a report within 30 minutes. And within this 30-minute time, which is actually a couple seconds to me because I'm still having dinner. Yeah, after stream, I'm heading to 7-Eleven. Because after everything that has been going on, oh, thank heaven, there's going to be 7-Eleven in my future. So I'm still having dinner. So, I'm just checking something here. Oh, okay. I think I know who I'm gonna pop in. Yeah, I know who I'm gonna be hitting up on pretty soon. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just you didn't miss anything. If you're wondering, you didn't miss anything. I was just answering one of my DMs. So one of my private messages. So I was just figuring out. Yeah. Because now all I'm doing is like, oh hey, this is what's going on here.
Perhaps this would be a good time for recess.
I can't believe the Crown Court is being dragged about for such a pointless display.
What was that?
This is just more Japanese smoke and mirrors. They adore this foolishness. Why'd you say that? This college boy had jumped to a ridiculous conclusion from the very start. He thinks our witness was trying to steal Magundo's pledges. But if you had any common sense, you would realize that none of it was worth stealing. Exactly. It's absurd to even imagine that I would attempt a robbery. As you all know, Magundo was killed immediately after his trial. But he was declared not guilty. It's proven without a shadow of a doubt. The great cousin Magundo was an upstanding Londoner who wouldn't hurt a fly. You proved it yourself, college boy.
Well, I moved up in the world. I went from Japanese to college boy. Or rather, I was Japanese, amateur detective, now college boy. I moved up in the world. He was an upstanding citizen who deposited some average pleasures. A black coat with a disc in the pocket and a small black box. Honestly, you couldn't pay me to take those off your hands. You know, Mr. Magundo was rich so I could understand it. If it was yours or what, cash? Yeah, you can't pull the wall, cash.
Indeed, the prosecution raises a good point.
The offense must show adequate proof. Damn it, dude! Prove the significance of the items pledged by upstanding former clients.
No false defense. Do you have anything to present? What is the basis behind your claim that these items are related to the case at hand?
What's wrong, you? Is it kind of obvious that both of those are super important pieces of evidence?
Of course, it's obvious to you and me. We know the truth about both Magundo and his disc. But if I tell the truth right now, that means telling everyone the truth of the acquittal I won from Magundo. I'll prove that it was an incorrect verdict made possible by forged evidence.
Oh,
And we'd also be telling everyone that Gina committed perjury. I don't want to imagine this, but there's Prosecutor Van Zeek's name. That's why he's doing this.
but this might actually be a good opportunity.
My hands.
Come on, you say it all the time. The truth will always come to light.
So does my brother. So does everybody else. And as a certain tune goes, from the dark to the light, It's a supersonic fire, gotta keep it going. What's the deeper meaning behind Magundo's pledges? The only one who can tell us is Gina. If I ask her to testify, she could inadvertently put us in a major disadvantage. Should I have Gina testify? Yes. My lord, I would like to make a proposal.
And what would that be, defense?
While Mr. McGondle's box is being transported to the Crown Court, I would like to hear the defendant testify. Let's bring Gino Strad to the stand.
But for what purpose?
I want to know more about the item Mr. McGundle pledged to Hatch's pawnbrokers. Gino Strad knows something more about the circumstance surrounding him. If she testifies, I'm sure that everyone will understand. Just how important these pieces of evidence really are.
Know what your client's testimony means.
I know.
Your Fancy, could you explain your statement?
The prosecution consents to the defense request. Put the current cross-examination on hold and demand testimony from the accused.
Now, the court requests the defendant's testimony. The current witnesses should retire to the lobby and await further instruction.
Then, if you will excuse me. All that witness. Remain at the stand. You ought to listen to the defendant's testimony. Understood. Gina's going to testify now. Please, you have to trust me here, Gina. Will you? The items that Magundo pledged to Hatch's pawnbrokers are deeply connected to that case from 2 months ago.
I do believe this girl was a witness during that trial, yes.
She did. Her testimony established Mr. McGundle's innocence. What an interesting turn of events. Everyone connected to this case is once again gathered here now. Perhaps this is what we call fate, Japanese. 2 months ago, a bricklayer was stabbed to death inside an omnibus in the dead of winter. The only one inside the coach alongside the victim was Mr. McGundle. Naturally, Mr. McGundle was fingered as the prime suspect. But as the trial progressed, a new possibility emerged. It was possible that the murder had actually occurred on the roof, and that the victim's lifeless body had been dropped through the skylight. Gino Strad's testimony brought that possibility to light. At that time, Gina was hiding in the omnibus. She hoped to steal from the coach's passengers. And so Mr. McGundle was declared not guilty. But immediately after the trial, he mysteriously died inside the Crown Court. 12 months have passed, but neither case has reached a conclusion. Neither only must matter nor to us.
However, what the defendant's pledges once mentioned at the trial.
Gina. Will you tell us the truth? Now's the time to speak out. Tell us what really happened during that crime 2 months ago.
I won't never know. I mean, I said I won't know.
You told us the real truth yesterday at the jail, didn't you? Please, I beg of you. This is really important.
But,
If, during your testimony to months ago, you happen to participate the truth from this court, naturally you will be tried for perjury. On top of that, your reliability as a witness may be called into question. Though I must say, I have to wonder if you were ever to be considered reliable in the first place.
That's me.
Jimmy! Please, we gotta trust you. We're on your side, Jimmy.
Alright, I'll talk. Gina!
I suppose the defense has found the result to crush his own reputation. I have to say, I don't think I quite understand what's happening yet.
But that means two things are gonna happen. Press everything.
But it appears there's some sort of secret being kept here. And that secret involved Mr. McGonagall's pleasures. An incident 2 months ago. Go on, witness. The court orders you to testify. The truth about the truth. Testify about the truth you have yet to review.
Everything's going to come to light here in this Crown Court. Prosecutor Van Zieks is right. The only way forward is still my resolve as an attorney. Which is actually the name of the second game. the resolve of Naruhodo Yunosuke.
Sheriff, the victim was in the omnibus too. And as per Missy, I saw that this going flow. And I heard a scream from off. That's when the other two passengers ran for the police. They're going to hand coach me some money and send him to a nearby pawn shop. Threaten me. And keep quiet about what I've seen now.
What in blazes is going on at this moment? It's completely different from it. That's like 2 months ago, is it not?
Indeed, it is, my lord.
It almost seems as if the verdict handed down to Mr. Magumbo was a complete mistake. All the more it seems as if Mr. Magumbo himself was scheming to deceive the court. I can only imagine events since the plot's working in the circles.
It's undeniable that there was found clear fruit of the trial 2 months ago. An unforgivable deed committed by the defendant, the witness, and even the defense. But the one thing about the defense is, he didn't know. He had no choice in the matter. Therefore, whatever was going on, he just went like, I don't know what's going on. All he was doing was, okay, this is your chance to prove yourself.
Good heavens.
That whole trial was nothing but lies and forced testimony?
Mr. McCondo's a witness. And even that Japanese attorney, they were all he could. No, you're wrong. No, I mean, the attorney bloke didn't know.
That's right.
You're not fooling anyone.
He didn't know. That's hardly reliable testimony.
I will find Jim questionable damage eyes.
This evil cannot be that Professor. Go, punish them all.
I will acknowledge that we committed a grave crime, one not easily forgotten. I am prepared to accept any punishment that awaits me. However, this testimony makes the truth clear. The items that Mr. Magundo left behind are of profound significance.
Very well, exchange student. If you're so passionate about the truth, the least we can do is listen. These are indeed regrettable circumstances. Master Naruto. My lord!
Thank you. You're welcome.
A suitable punishment will be formulated after this trial is ended.
Understood.
Now begin your cross-examination.
You were hiding inside the omnibus at the point, right? As I recall, you were inside the seat trunk.
Yeah, but it's pitch black, so I couldn't see nothing.
You testified that the only passenger in the coach was Mr. Montgomery.
In other words, you told us all bullshit stories.
Name him and gun don't make me say that.
It's okay, Gina. Just tell the truth now. Were Magundo and the victim acquainted?
Not true. But they were kind of yammering at each other the whole time. What were they talking about? Couldn't hear them all too proper, but someone said that basically they were talking about buying something.
Sounds like they were making some sort of deal.
It got loud and loud, so it sounded like they were stuck on a grassy road. Shook me so much, I thought, oh, they're brave. But then all of a sudden, there was a really loud noise. It sounded like someone that came.
So that was when you screamed, correct?
Yeah. And then that bugger McGunder found me.
About that disc you saw, did it look like this?
Yeah. It's probably on the floor right next to that guy.
That woman like this actually belonged to Victor.
McGunder swiped it up and shoved it in his coat. He made off. And then he made me sit and see opposite from him.
What did McGundle say to you?
I was trying to keep me late, see if we talk about absolutely nothing I'd seen or heard there. That included this. His eyes terrified me. If I didn't see his, I was sure they'd stop me too. He used to ask me all sorts of stuff about myself. My name, what I do, about the life as a pickpocket.
And eventually the murder scene was discovered.
Yeah, I had a cloud from above.
There were 2 passengers on the roof.
Yeah. That lot screamed that they saw the body through the skylight. Coachman stopped the coach straight away. We're gonna make me hot.
He made you hot.
Yeah, shoved me right in the back. He shoved me right back in the trunk. You know, I'm busted out. On the roof, ran off, called police.
The police, those 2 passengers to the roof that connected to the murder. So the only ones left at the scene were you, McGundle, and the coachman.
Yeah. That's hiding in the trunk. See someone at the coach door open. I could hear him talking outside.
If I remember right, the coachman testified in McDonald's trial as well. I think his name was Mr. Bipple.
What were they talking about?
I want to say something like, I have no idea what happened.
that pawn shop would be none other than Hatch's pawnbrokers, right?
Hold on. Then, no, you must be saying the coachman was lying as well?
At the very least, the pawn shop was not brought up in that
My word.
Took off his black coat, gave it to the coachman. It was a well-wicked looking coat. Tied it down proper before handing it over. We all saw that, it was all clear. Stuff he was popping was worth a heck lot of dosh.
Explain why Gina was trying to sell the disc for such a high price. I remember she was arguing with Hatch over its value on the day of the crime.
Then McGunder's wild cash in hand. Coachman's happy to go to the pawn shop. Then McGunder eyed me over, telling me to go outside omnibus. He threatened me, telling me that if I did what I was told, I'd be free to go home.
Did he tell you to commit perjury?
That one more thing. Another order for me. Told me to take the pledge ticket from the coachman and keep it safe.
Pledge ticket.
And then, if he didn't come back to redeem it in 2 months, I was there to go to the pawn shop and pay off the interest, extend the redemption period. Gave me the loss just for that.
I don't quite understand. Why would Mr. McGunder do such a thing?
Layaway.
Why would he need to deposit his coat before the arrival of the police?
I can only think of one reason. McGundo didn't want those items to be seen by the police. They were very important items that he had no choice but to hide.
After all that, he let me make the promise.
Good job telling the truth, Gina.
Can be trusted you.
Even still, she's going to be tried for perjury after this trial's over. Now's my chance to get the details from her.
Alrighty, we gotta press her so hard that she can't even stand anymore.
Yeah, sure.
You know, some's kind of bothering me.
What is Iris?
There's 2 of them whispering about something for a while now.
It's like they're engrossed in a secret discussion. They almost seem panicked. I wonder if there is something I can do about it. So that means we gotta press again. Pardon me, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Chogre. Inspector Gregson! Mr. Chogre!
What? What did you do? Why'd you do that?
You seem to be whispering something for a moment there. May I ask what you were discussing?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not the same as suspicious, man.
I'm Mr. Crane. I've nothing to say to an inspector who sees my rifle property.
Those two have been talking since the beginning of my cross-examination. It's almost as if they've been negotiating about something.
That's enough. The court desires no further testimony.
Because I already pushed everything. So there's no real need to meet. So there's no real need for me to actually press again because you're supposed to press every statement. And that's what I did. And then the second time is press any statement.
The truth of this case has become stunningly clear.
Certain deals taking place inside the omnibus. They were negotiating the price of this disc, but it seemed negotiation failed. Outraged by the price of the disc, Migundo chose to steal it by force. And my other mother told on the rest of other crimes that he had already committed. But that just shows how significant this disc really is. I hope they don't ask me why it's so important though. 2 months pass. Then 2 days before this strike, Migundo's pledges would reach the deadline for the redemption period.
I had no idea what I was meant to be doing with that ticket then. I mean, I nearly kicked the bucket after that trial.
Much like the pickpocket you are, you more to take his pledges for yourself.
Man, they was just gonna get flogged up. What's the arm in me tagging them? You can't blame a girl wanting a dapper coat, can you?
Causing me to go to the man just to get his hands on this disc. What will happen? I don't know why.
You know, like I have a clue. It's just... You had to be worth a portion, so if I took it, maybe I could flog it for a good sum. You can't blame a girl for wanting to make some quick murder, can you?
Hey, Lord! The man has just returned from the crime scene with new evidence. Gundo pledged that mysterious box 2 months ago. It has to be the key to solving this mystery. Final part. Here we go. Or I was about to go check it out, but oh. Yeah, bless her, she's still in there. Yeah, like I said, I know what I'm doing after I'm done with this. Let's finish this.
So this is the small box placed by Mr. Gondo 2 months ago.
Think back to the night of the crime. This was the only box that the intruder took with him.
Come on, hurry and open it up.
This is obviously no simple box.
I had a feeling that was the case.
It happens to be a portable music box. A music box? Then could this be?
It was most likely made for this particular disc.
It was made specifically more for Mr. McGundle's disc.
To be accurate, that disc was not Magundo's. It's the disc that he stole from the victim after murdering him in cold blood.
But for what reason would a poor bricklayer try to sell a music box disc?
I believe all will be clear once we listen to the music card into the disc.
Very well. Let us listen to the disc using this music box. Please, my lord, you can't! Why not? This music box has nothing to do with the trial! I just don't believe there's any need to, listen to music in our dignified crowd court.
Yeah, I really do. Really? This disc was so important that Mortar was murdered for it. There's more than enough evidence that it may be relevant to this trial.
The prosecution has no objections. But that we have to yours! So it's...
I'm sure Scotland has plenty of misguided opinions on the matter. But the prosecution came to court ready to examine every bit of evidence it sees to be. It's out of your control.
Now then, let the music play! I say this noise doesn't sound like any music I've ever heard.
It's code. Like it sound like dot dot dash dash dash. If you can hear it's like dot dot dash dash dash. Like when you ding 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 dash dash dash. He's right. It's just the same note playing repeatedly in an unnatural rhythm.
Oh, this is wonderful. Since the music box is broken, who could have guessed it would have happened? It's broken? There's no way! Yeah, because it sounds like code. Oh, but of course, perhaps a rather clumsy little bailiff dropped it on his way back to the ground. It is rather unfortunate, but I doubt there's anything to be gained from listening to a broken music box. What are your thoughts, defense? I wonder. It certainly sounds like it's broken, but will we find any new leads by listening to its music box? Yeah, we will. I insist that the music is an important clue. Really? But this is just random noise. What could it possibly teach us? It's code. It certainly does sound like nothing but noise, but there's something bothering me. Mr. Chugger is acting all haughty, like he's won, but beside him, Inspector Gregson's expression is really bothering me. Inspector seems to know something about the music box. And there's clearly something he's still hiding. What's he so worried about? Then I have one more question for you, Japanese boy. Sir? Hey, Ted. Just what does this mean to say this horrid music is supposed to prove? The music box is probably making this noise because it's not music at all. Even if this is a music box, that doesn't mean that only music can be played on it. Chugger's arrogance vanished in an instant. I knew it. I'm on the right track.
It's funny when you make deductions from a person's body language. It makes you kind of like Holmes to you.
It doesn't only mean music can be played on it. In that case, what do you propose the noise is, Japanese boy? Well, if you don't present a solid answer, those vague words of yours can hardly be accepted as serious claim. He is correct. I think it's about time for you to accept that music box is broken beyond hope. I need a proper answer here.
Hey, Ryu! I just took a little peek at this music box. This doesn't seem broken at all to me.
What?
This music box is only made to play one note to begin with.
Thank you so much, Iris. You're a lifesaver. If this music box really isn't broken, there must be some meaning to the sound. It's not meant to be music. Could the sound be...
See, You? I was just thinking. I feel like I've heard something similar to this recently. And when I say that, I mean super recently.
What have we heard recently? Ancillars? I was thinking the exact same thing.
Defense, present your final answer. If the sound coming from this music box is not actually music, then what exactly is it?
All the evidence and testimony presented so far, it all must be leading to one single answer.
Japanese boy. Prosecution demands evidence from you. Give me concrete evidence to back your claim.
Understood. This may be the most ideal time to strike. This is my chance to connect the dots. The piece of evidence that reveals the truth behind this music box is... Well, there's one thing that we need to bring out here. This. Now, if we were to do the following, we just flip it from behind, and we look at it.
Look at the back. This looks like a pretty big story, too.
Spy in a mystery of justice, possibility of secret comms leaked overseas. Actually, years. How many 10-year-old girls could understand a headline like this?
Communication between Britain and her allies were leaked to an enemy nation. That's what it says.
Leaked? So that messages were intercepted or something? How? That.
I could think of 3 possible ways. What do you think? Do we want to try it out for ourselves?
No, definitely not. Although, maybe this is what Lord Chief Justice Vortex was talking about yesterday.
Could be. Looks like Toby got himself caught up in it too.
This morning's newspaper, on the opposite side, is an article about top secret telegrams being intercepted and linked to foreign governments. Bam.
This is this morning's newspaper. Pickpocket girl brutally murders upright pawnbroker. My, it's a big consent night.
Oh, not that one. The important article is on the reverse side.
Reverse. Spy in the mystery of justice. Possibility of secret comms leaked overseas. This is a major incident currently under investigation by the Honors Report.
Messages telegraphed by the government through what should be secure routes are being leaked to foreign countries. Solo don't say. Telegraph. Is this what people mean when they talk about telecommunications? Indeed. Jarfon, may I ask you a question?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, what is it?
You work at the same telegraph station as Mr. Cholgray, correct?
Yes, I do.
And the telegraph station you both work at? Covers the district where major government offices and newspaper companies are situated?
That is correct. The other telegraph stations, wish they could hold a candle to us.
Does this noise remind you of anything?
What? Wait, could it be?
I think so. It sounds very similar to what you've been doing with your telegraph there. What did you call it? Morse code?
What?
Stealing private telegrams sent by the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be an easy task. Unless you're a skilled telegraphist, that is. And the contents of this disc are an encoded international telegram leak from the Ministry of Justice.
Order! What I say, that would be treason, crime punishable by the death penalty.
Oh, what does that mean? This treason and penalty. Now he's got the revolutionaries' attention.
The Ministry of Justice classify information. Our enemies will pay a great sum for that.
And yet you got someone who might be considered one of your enemies as a juror. Think about that. Related to the trade inside Omnibus 2 months ago? After Magondo's death, the disc remained at Hutch's pawnbrokers. If that were the case, the man who stole this information would have been fraught with worry. After all, his crime was discovered by the British Empire.
He would swiftly be sentenced to death for treason.
To prevent that, he had no choice but to steal it back at all costs. I'm putting 2 and 2 together, and I'm getting 4. I'm getting 3 and 3, and I'm getting 6. I'm getting 4 and 4 is 8. I'm getting 5 and 5 is 10. That's why he broke into a closed pawn shop in the dead of night. Mr. Clean as a whistle. All to collect what Mr. Magondo had left behind. What do you say to that, Mr. Togre? Clean as a hound's tooth, huh? You'll see that I stole my own country's secrets. Preposterous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It seems you do not intend to admit to defense's accusations.
Of course not. You ingrates think you can impugn my integrity with impunity? Because I refuse to speak. Then go on and advocate your innocence to your heart's content. Justify about the defense accusation. Alright.
The defense being judged today in the trial is the matter of Hash, the pawnbroker. As you all know, murder is a grave crime to be punished by the penalty of death. On the other hand, treason against one's own country is no less serious a crime. But do you well to keep that in mind as you testify? If that's that, the witness may...
The fuck? Oi! Don't forget about us, brother. Join in with that testimony, do ya?
You joking?
Name's Nemi Tipira. Occupation with criminal, ain't it? Name's Dolly Tipira. You must be talking if you think we sell our country boat. Yeah, people call us. That's... The 310 pillar, man! Still not amused, like, boy, if you don't get to
This is the time for your mucking about. I am not worried.
Rebuttal. I am nothing more than a mere telegraphist. I couldn't steal state secrets anyway. The recording in that music box even isn't Morse code to begin with. That man was negotiating with the bricklayer, not me. I had nothing to do with him.
2 days ago, Ford had car plan and broke into the pawn shop, that's all, Sir Ralph. If we knew you was going to set out to your whole country, we wouldn't help him, bro.
We're all dumbfounded.
Oh, excuse me, this is Mr. Timpeddle.
As a representative of the Timberman, I'll be happy to respond to any inquiries, bro.
Let me make one thing clear. Are you confessing to being this man's accomplice? When you broke into the victim's pawn shop, you were under orders from this man. It was a 3-man job.
Do 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 do.
Yes, sir!
Order! How do you respond to this claim, Mr. Trograve?
I'm afraid I have no idea what these men are talking about, nor even who they are.
Alright, leave it out, mate. You know what I'm saying to this put off, ain't it? Oh, while keeping mum about those complicated government secrets or whatever. And that old man in the pawn shop going, that's his out all he.
It didn't take long for them to turn against him. Regardless, I have no intention of confessing to a crime I didn't commit.
Who could have imagined that this music box would be so vital to this case? We both accept that indifference. We'll take it.
You said so! It's obvious if you just listen to the sounds coming from the music box.
Really?
You told me to say that you never learned about Morse code. I would never seen him like so exasperated.
How about I give you a little lesson then?
05?
Morse code is composed of 2 types of sounds.
2 types.
By combining dots and dashes, you can form letters and words.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. And this music box only plays only one note, correct?
But this unnatural rhythm kind of sounds like Morse code. At the very least, I can find no discernible meaning in these jumbled notes. Ergo, this is not Morse code.
Ah!
Why are you so surprised? Listen to this music box. It's obviously nothing more than broken rubbish. Let's learn the fundamentals of Morse code before you accuse me of anything. Ouch! It's got me there.
I don't think we're too far from the truth. Considering the idea of trading secret information using the music box, doesn't seem too far-fetched. Shame we can't press in more on that yet.
I wonder. Is it really impossible to use this music box to communicate in Morse code? Nah, it's possible. I believe it's possible that this music box was used to illegally trade telegrams. That's the defense official stance. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Japanese? You need both dots and dashes to convey Morse code. I'm aware.
It seems the defense knows something that we do not. I want to explain to them. At the moment, this music box plays only one note. Here's how this can be used to relay messages, encoded in Morse code.
This. Flip it this way. Boop.
What's the matter with you?
This music box. Looks like you can open it from the bottom too.
Oh, wow, are you raised? Hurry you! Open it up! Fight now!
Calm down. Huh? This side.
This side has another music box.
What does this mean? You can play music from this side as well.
Looks like these two mechanisms work in sync. So if you put a disc in each side, they play together at the same time.
What in place is this? On the bottom of the music box is another music box.
What? It seems that the two mechanisms operate in unison. In other words, if you put two discs in this, you can play two sounds simultaneously.
Oh,
It's basically saying it's like a ripped note. You know how you usually have some like in some form of media you have some like some kind of note that you can't see, like it's mirrored. Like if somebody writes in mirror, like they write everything backwards, but you can't read it. You would have to hold it up to a mirror since it's all written in verse, and you would have to look at it like this. And it'll tell you exactly what it really says. It works like that. On the junction that, oh hey, this is what's going on. basically, that's what it is. I was answering some message. Morse code consists of two types of sound. Dots and dash. If you had 2 discs, you could possibly use them to trade information.
You need to pull your head out of the clouds.
Mr. Chogre,
There's not a shred of evidence that support this man's preposterous claims.
but of course, if you have a second disc to present to the court, that may be a different story.
I can't do that just yet.
One more thing. As the witness has stated, he was not the one negotiating with Cosme Migondo 2 months ago. It was Trifar's Morton.
Exactly! I'm not even remotely involved in this.
I have to admit I am curious about this possibility, but for now we will have to continue with the court examination. Mr. Children and the victim from 2 months ago. I have no idea what their connection might be.
We have to find some kind of proof.
Now, witnesses, return to your testimony. Very well. Here my sessions have not changed. You're talking about Mr. Chogre? Yes. You're talking about Mr. Chogre, yes? Good morning. How's it going?
Yeah, you bet I am, bro.
Oh, not bad. Not bad. Pretty good.
We ain't seen him for years. And the fun thing he does is set us up on a dangerous job. That's kind of an oi, is it, Rupert?
It's just funny because all this time I've just been like, oh, hey. Hold it! What do you mean by not having seen him for years? Remember that little crack about Gregson earlier? Does that mean you knew Mr. Chogren?
The two of us are probably good criminals.
Oh, really?
We got no so nice from.
Excuse me, to Mr. Timpiller.
What?
Sorry, I meant the other Mr. Timpiller.
I mean,
You seem to be lost in thought during Nemi's testimony. His dub name is Ringo.
I know. I just kind of remember something though. We did pay used to muck around with when we was kids.
Him, you mean Mr. Chogren?
He dressed so posh back then. After all, he was brought up board just like us.
Really?
He's always been well smart. Did something mad that we'd never be able to dream up ourselves. Oh, I remember Milverton and Tempered Eyes. That was a proper masterpiece, bro.
If you feel the need to continue your work with this reminiscence, leave it for after the trial. Put that fruit away too.
That bastard over there salted it. Yeah, don't look at that, bro.
How about we ended on a good note? Return to your testimony.
How do I feel about that fascinating story? You know what? Yeah. My lord!
Yes, defense.
The witnesses' glory days, their testimony may be extremely important.
Very well. Listen, add that trip down memory lane to your testimony, but keep it brief.
Tempest! Woo! 420 blackbirds!
Milton Tempered Days. That takes me back, bro.
Could you tell me more about that? It sounds like a company.
It was just an old joke we played back when we was kids, bro. Yeah, the first company we went around every first week ever.
You call it a joke, man. That sounds kind of like a real joke. Now that I have the chance, I might as well ask what I can. The name. Mr. Tempo? Mr. Chogren? You said this company of yours was a joke.
Yeah.
Milverton and Templar Dairies, right?
Yeah, bro.
So what's this Milverton part about?
Oh, you got some good ear, Paul. Enjoy that. Shut up! Don't just run your mouth,
You deny these witnesses' testimony, right? Why does the Milverton part bother you so much?
Well, not the little crowd. I'm not going around over. What? What? I think you want to go. I want another case chocolate. You always know it's your Josh, mate.
Hey, how's it going? You get to the funny part of this, I swear to guys, it's just so funny. So that was your surname?
No, I've been a chokray since the day I was born.
Oh, not bad, not bad. Thanks for asking.
There's nothing to be gained by listening to these false outlandish claims.
You've been nationally certified to be a telegraphist. When you apply for the certification, your personal history is investigated and recorded. It won't take us too long to look it up.
It seems the Tempers have testified honestly. Your name was once Rupert Milverton. Do you object? No, you are absolutely right.
Rupert Chogray was once Rupert Milverton. This could be game-changing information.
Your name is actually Milverton. Rupert Milverton.
That sounds so evil. Yeah, that name right there, Milverton.
I am Rupert Milverton, Esquire. You can call me a king shit, you little witch.
It's weird, that's what it sounds like. It's like, oh hey, his name is white.
My name is Rupert Milverton, Esquire. Do be careful with the name Rupert Milverton, Esquire.
I have to say though, I didn't think this murder would be connected to such a drastic crime. It's all because he illegally leaked sensitive documents. Not proof though.
But there's definitely a lot of stuff that supports that theory. The Daily Omnibus 2 months ago. The break-in 2 days ago. But if the guy wasn't the one making a deal with McGundle, right?
Yeah, it was a man named Thrice Fire Mortar. What's going on?
Well, there was some sort of connection between the two of them.
Anyway, doesn't seem like there are any holes in his testimony. But maybe he's not the key to this cross-examination. Maybe I should turn my attention to the 10 pillars.
420 Blackbirds!
Paint in the pot!
Woo!
I can just picture that. That's what they said. The 10 pillar code. 420 Blackbirds!
Paint in the pot!
Woo!
Oh god, this is gonna get stupid. I love it. It's gonna get really, really stupid. Oh, good lord. Case notes. Case notes. Oh, this. Mr. Rupert Milverton. Why didn't you tell us your old name?
I abandoned them a long time ago. Why would I bother to mention my rubbish past?
I don't think that's why. You had a reason to hide your old name. What's throwing me off is the name change. So people wondering why. It's like, oh, why are you going back? It's like notes, material. The way this is a fan translation versus the PC Switch PS4 version. Basically, this is more like what was translated. Fan translation versus, official translation. So the wording is different. So when I was looking at it, it's like, when I had on record, it's like, oh, materials. And then, the dub version is notes. So mind you, playing this blind.
What do you mean?
In my possession are case files from the trial 2 months ago. They include the victim who failed to negotiate with McGundle and died for it.
Ah, yes, Mr. Morton Bricknell.
His full name is listed in these files. Mortar Milverton.
Milverton? Then?
Mr. Rupert Milverton. Thrice 5 Malta was your father. Allow me to repeat myself. When you apply for national certification, your history is investigated and reported. Looking this up is not difficult. Do not forget it. You stole the contents of the British Empire's private telegrams. Then you and your father conspired to sell them to Cosby McGundle. No! If we connect the facts and the clues that came to light through this cross-examination, we begin to see the truth. You and your father, Mr. Mortimer, made a certain deal with McGundle.
This deal has something to do with the music box, correct?
You stole information from the ministry telegrams and tried to sell Mr. McGundle. The decision to split it into 2 music box discs was most likely made a precaution in case information fell into the wrong hands.
Understandably, you wouldn't expect a music box to be used as a hiding place for information.
However, those negotiations fell apart and Mr. Mortall's life was taken. McGundle was arrested, and the stolen disc was pledged to Hatch. Then 2 days ago, you broke into Hatch's shop in hopes of retrieving the pledges. Not even this attempt ended in failure. One of the discs was taken by the police, and the other was nowhere to be found. So, on that night, you joined up with the Ten Pillars to break into the pawnbrokers. And you did this in order to finally seize the second disc.
That disc was inside this music box.
Wait. We ain't told that about it, go.
On the night of the incident, it was 12 o'clock. The music box was the only thing handled by the intruders.
Indeed, this would make clear when we viewed the showroom photographs stereoscopically.
So why did they handle that music box? I should think the reason is obvious. Kilgrave was trying to retrieve the second disc, which was still inside the music box. He knew that if the police got their hands on it, he'd be tried for treason. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Chocolate? All of this happened because of your dealings with Cosby McGundle. Which I should say, his dub name is McGilded. I shall not indulge your wild delusions, not one bit. Mr. Chogre, there's blood seeping through your sleeve. 2 nights ago, 3 shots were fired in Hatch's shop. 1 bullet killed Hatch. Another hit Mr. Holmes' pouch. And the last one embedded itself in the calendar at the scene, but only after hitting the intruder's arm first. Mr. Chogre, the wound on your arm is the very same bullet wound, isn't it?
I don't think you can get out of this one, go. You might as well face up in the Good Lord. I gave you one simple command you performed. I even paid you handsomely. Pretend I was never here. This is of the utmost importance. Seems to me it was a foolish move to trust petty criminals from the slums after all. Fine, I'll confess. I broke into Hodge's brokery on the night of the crime. I gave these fools 10 whole guineas to aid me. I should surmise that's when I ended up with this injury. However, that is all I acknowledge as facts. And you think I stole government secrets and sold them to Mercanto? By God's name, I have done nothing of the sort.
Until I have a stronger case, he'll never confess to murder. But with this revelation, I believe the most crucial truth has been proven. In that very college. 2 guns have already been discovered. From each, only 1 bullet was fired. The bullet that the Tempers fired hit Mr. Holmes' pouch. As for the bullet that Hatch fired, of course, it hit Miss Choker's arm. I believe that's the only one that's broken.
Yeah, I suppose a man wouldn't just up and shoot himself.
That's true. They would have to have the guts to do it. And a ball sack to back it up. But if you're really gonna do that shit, just do it the whole way they did it in feudal Japan. Harakiri. If that's the case, then there is only one logical conclusion. The only person who could have shot the 3rd bullet that killed Hatch is the 3rd intruder who was also there at the scene. That's right, I mean you, Mr. Chokre. No one else could have shot Hatch. It was you! Oh dear, Danny. What the hell, you duck? Exposing me in court wasn't your best move. What? What's he talking about? You aren't mistaken when you say that I was in the shop at the time. And it's true that I tried to hide the fact, but what else is a man to do? I wouldn't want to deliberately soil my perfect records as a master telegraphist. But did you never stop to think? Think? About what? The possibility that I may have witnessed the crucial moment. In other words, I am the eyewitness that will finally end your client's miserable life.
What? You mean to say that you...
Indeed, I saw it all very clearly. I witnessed the moment that the pickpocket gang shot that poor shopkeeper. What?!
Order! Order! It seems this trial has reached its final act.
Yes, Rupert's forward. Yes. I am sure you're ready there, but if you have just lied to the crown court, that will serve as nothing more than proof of your crime. Yes, I am quite aware.
The court now will testify. Testify about the events that unfolded before you as the victim was shot.
As you wish. What I witnessed. When those two idiots were fighting with the pawnbroker, I was by the entrance. When Nemi was shut aside, I suddenly felt this pain in my arm. I pursued the shopkeeper and peered into the small peephole in the storeroom door. Then I saw the accused in a black coat shoot the shopkeeper as he tried to run away. Blood erupted from the shopkeeper's back and splashed onto the defendant's coat. After she tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it.
That testimony, what in blazes? You mean to say that you witnessed the very moment of the crime? Order! Order!
I originally had not planned to give this testimony, but I will not stand idly by and watch as you all accuse me of a murder that I did not commit. I made the truth clear in order to defend myself. The truth. The prosecution was not given this information either.
My humblest apologies, sir. I am indeed a dumbass.
You are indeed a dumbass, sir. Yes, you are.
My humblest apologies, sir.
The shopkeeper that shot my arm was then shot by that little thief. Hers. That is most likely when the blood splashed back. And the victim's blood on the defendant's coat. Are you certain? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. The black coat she now wears is the one she was wearing on the night of the murder.
What? If there were visible bloodstains, they would undeniably be undeniably fatal evidence.
It may be possible to detect these bloodstains using a certain test. Huh? Very recently, a German scientist developed a technique to detect human blood. And I assure you that it's worlds apart from a certain suspicious detective snake oil.
How's it there is other real deal? He's not him.
In the world of science, theory means nothing without evidence to back it up. German courts have already proven the effectiveness of these methods. There are some of this chemical at the art if my lord allows it.
I could have the defendants contested right away.
This is bad of you. Don't forget that Gene Bean's code really does have blood in it. If they can't detect that.
Oh, you're right! Yesterday at the jail.
Okie dokie, here we go. Don't move a muscle, Gene Bean.
And she did have splatter. But it isn't Hatch's blood. It's from 2 months ago. It came from when McGundle stabbed Mortar in the omnibus. My lord, the defense objects to this test.
Overruled. No advances. Order yard to carry out this test horses.
As you wish. All is for my lord.
While we wait for the results, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
If they find the blood on that coat, Gina.
Defense! My lord! No cross-examination, please.
Understood. In this cross-examination, I have to find some kind of decisive clue. I don't even want to think about what will happen if I fail here. What? She threw her gun through the people?
After the shopkeeper collapsed, that thief
Walked over well.
toward the storeroom door, remember? That's where the people was. In my panic, I jumped away from the door, but then she dropped the gun through the people.
Why would she do something like that?
I can't say, but I imagine she was trying to dispose of the gun. In the confusion, I placed the gun in my pocket. I later rationalized it by thinking that another crime might have been committed otherwise.
And you were the one who removed the gun from the crepes.
Yes, I was. After that, I left these two to clean up duty. I then left the shop.
Clean up, dude?
Your car was in the proper state, so you had to clean up in. I swear we sound like Mum. I swear we sound like my mum, bro.
I did pay you a valuable sum of money after all. Mr. Chogre, when you left the shop, was the second disc in your pocket? Awfully persistent. I saw that!
ちゃんと
Excuse me! May I have a word with you too?
Orders.
Don't act like you don't know! You two were having a pretty big argument just a moment ago!
It's like the fancies themselves ready. Oh, Joey.
What were you two doing?
He grabbed my collar and arm belt. And he started kicking off at me, asking why we never turned for these about the time gone.
Well, why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know. We didn't know nothing about no people.
My apologies. I lost sight of myself. You are, are you?
What? The face didn't all look too gangle. Got proper scared.
What in the world is going on? Something feels very wrong here. I don't think I've ever seen Inspector Gregson rattle someone so thoroughly.
I was thinking the same thing. Usually Toby has his big grin on his face whenever he talks to me.
That's probably not how he usually acts.
But it's still kind of unusual. So what do you think, you?
Hate to admit it, but I don't see anything wrong with this man yet.
But we got to catch him in a lie, somehow.
I said yet. It's all over to find the blood on Gina's coat. How's a cat fuck?
But he's saying that he got steaming coat getting covered in blood. He would have had to witness that in order to testify about it.
And yet we know that Gina didn't shoot Hatch. What is going on here?
Ugh, this is so unfair. This is so unfair. But accept these shady old German guys' chemicals as evidence. Why not the real deal from the real great detective?
Find a decisive contradiction. You have to do it before they find the bloodstains on that coat. So that means press everything else. Hatch came out of the storeroom in the back. That correct?
He left furiously to these two as they pried about the shotgun. I had a gun in his hand. I'm glad I kept my distance. I've been so scared of my life, go. We just go back and go. We won't argue no.
What? Do you have a gun too? So, Mr. Chogray, you claim that you were standing at the entrance.
I was simply looking at the many items lined up on the shelf near the door.
Is he searching for the unredeemed music box?
The shopkeeper threw himself onto the table. A teddy bear. I assumed they would easily win by numbers or no. But even that was too much a task for these two buffoons. I'll try helping me, but it threw me over the county. Then I aim my gun at old geezer and he ran me on go.
But you gang up on a poor fair pawnbroker like that. How'd he move?
Oh!
2.
待った
And that's when you were shot.
Indeed, it took me a moment before I realized, however. In the midst of that three-man brawl, they knocked many items off the shelves. The gun must have fired at the moment because I failed to hear the gunshot.
As I understand, the bullet grazed you and landed in the calendar hanging behind you.
It would appear so. When I looked at my arm, I was bleeding. I tried to cover it with my handkerchief. But without a doctor, I could only wait for the wound to close naturally. It took 2 whole days before I stopped bleeding.
Was Hutch aiming at you in particular?
Can't say. But to be honest, I don't think he even realized I was there. Perhaps it was misfire. Or he just missed his true target.
Wait, I'm going around. Okay, it's only one. Easy. I stopped before the end of the door, bro.
What did you do afterwards? 3.
待った
You chased him even when he was no longer a threat.
I can't say I understand why, but I followed him towards the back of the shop.
What do you mean when you mentioned the door's peephole?
The storeroom door and the storeroom.
Well, there was a small window built into a door to provide a view of the window, a view of the inside. Now that you mention it, that's actually how I looked into the room when I found Gina. And what of these 2 stooges? Did they not see these people? It's a cat flap.
No, we never saw nothing, son.
I don't think they even knew that the peephole was there. Fair enough. Tim Pose didn't actually see the murderer anyway. A pawnbroker and pickpocket were inside the store.
The defendant was out.
It didn't seem like either of them had noticed me watching them. The guard turned her gun toward the shopkeeper in full view of the people.
And then what did you see?
Four.
待った
When the crime scene was discovered, the defendant was indeed holding a gun. The gun belonged to Hatch Windybank, and it only shot one bullet. The only one shot by the gun was you, Mr. Chogray.
That just means that the leader thief wasn't holding Hatch's gun. The pawnbroker's gun shot me, and the Timper's gun shot the detective. With those 2 accounted for, it must have been a third gun.
Assuming Hatch's gun is not used to shooting, that gun is the only elimination. Thus the defendant must have had a gun on her. Then how do you explain why nobody found it during investigation?
Calm down, Mr. Attorney.
What's so funny?
I'm giving you these events in order. I was just about to explain how. The pawnbroker and the pickpocket seemed to be glaring at each other, but suddenly the pawnbroker tried to flee. At an instant, she shot the pawnbroker from behind.
I'll hold fire.
5.
待った
It erupted from his back? I saw it all through the people. The code is back, so you can't exactly see it now, but I can guarantee that the coat is soiled with blood.
Well, he's not wrong about that part.
But that's that hatchling's blood.
Right. It's Mr. Mortar's blood from when Right. It's Mortar's blood from when Migundo stabbed him 2 months ago.
If we could use Holmes's forensic chemicals, we could prove it so easily.
As long as the Crown Court refuses to accept it, we can't use it as evidence.
Trapped.
Milord! I request that you temporarily suspend this cross-examination.
For what reason, bailiff?
Results for the test you requested have arrived.
The test for the bloodstains on the defendant's Captain.
Very well. The court will temporarily suspend this cross-examination. Do you object, defense?
No, my lord. No objections.
This just as we predicted.
Inspector Gregson, your reports.
Sir, traces of human blood have been detected on Jean Strauss' black coat. From the pattern of traces, it can be surmised that splash onto the coat. That's all. What?
See, I told you as much.
異議あり
The blood on that coat is not Hatch's. Then whose blood is it? That coat originally belonged to Cosme Migundo. He stabbed Mr. Mortar, a bricklayer. That's when the blood got on the coat. That blood came from Mr. Mortar.
異議あり
That man does. Listen well, John. Sir? Only 2 months ago, you proclaimed in this crown court that Cosme Migundo was innocent. And yet now that he's dead, you insist that he was a murderer. I have to say, you sound less and less like an honest attorney every time you speak.
But the... Exactly. This is far from here.
How can we even know that? How can we even know who that blood really came from anyway?
I swear you look like, Fokker from Power Stone.
No matter how stereotypical... Yeah. No matter how stereoscopically you look at it, there's no way to prove it!
But we could use the chemical that Mr. Sherlock Holmes invented.
It's the whole detectives and all that doesn't make him a chemist.
Are you saying you would trust chemicals made by a telegraphist?
I give honesty to a hungry boy, and he run away crying. Sherlock Holmes is a fictional character in a series of city novels. A real court has no interest in a man like him. That is all there is to it.
No!
It seems all has been made clear. You'll see now that my testimony was true all along.
What do you mean?
Just asked the witness testify the defendant's current splash with blood. If he hadn't actually witnessed it, then he could not have testified as such. In other words, his testimony was legitimate. This brings us to only one conclusion. The defendant before you shot the victim. That is the undeniable truth. No!
Milord!
Madam, this old veteran wishes to speak. Foreman, we have arrived at a final conclusion. Have we, my fellow comrades? Aye!
有罪
有罪
有罪有罪
有罪
有罪
Oh, really? Are we positive on that, sir? And ma'am? Ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen and ladies. Are you sure we have reached a conclusion?
Seems the judges have reached a unanimous conclusion.
The defense failed to break down the witness testimony. Surely this time it will be impossible to overturn a fine jury verdict.
But we've come so far! I don't think I'm going to be able to turn this around.
Oh, good heavens. A man who can't trust his fellows is a sad sight indeed.
Wouldn't you agree, my dear Tommy?
You would be debated who did ever the test results, you know? You know, sometimes I find myself thinking, Master Naruhodo. Science does not decide what is scientific truth. The true decider is mankind. No way. Mr. Holmes! What? He's got the Space Channel 5 pose. Gyakuten! Pose!
Order! Order! Order!
What are you doing here, great detective? I heard you were unconscious in hospital. Yes, well, change plan. Someone asked me for the favor scene. What favor?
Holmes, you found your ways?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I just left it a little too long, I think. Oh, ma'am, attention for a moment. What is it? And that was actually something I wish to hand over to the defense. Oh, don't look at me like that. It won't even take 5 minutes. Surely that's not asking too much.
What are you thinking of, Ansuits?
We have already spent a great deal of time on this trial by this point.
Exactly! By this point, wasting time with me!
By this point, a mere 5 minutes means nothing.
that case, the defense is hereby granted 5 minutes. Hello there. Sorry to keep you waiting, my friends. Mr. Holmes, are you sure you're right? Of course not. It's taking all I've got to stand up. Nah, I did not provide Miss Watt. I'll probably keel over if I take even a single second more than that, to be honest. Okay, then can we get straight to the point, please?
Honestly, everyone here is so ignorant. They refuse to acknowledge how beautiful your science is, Holmesy.
Well, eventually it's more right hobby. Always make things that will help with my investigations. Oh, we're taking the steps to have them be recognized as society, so that's my fault.
I see. Spoken like a true celebrity.
That side, I'm here to give you this.
What's this? Wrapped in pink cloth.
It's pot from Mrs. Sato.
From Sasato?
If possible, I prefer not to have to give this to you. That was Mrs. Sato's request after all.
What? What do you mean?
Mrs. Sato had foreseen this. She knew that the true murderer would fight with tooth and nail to escape from his crime. And as such, your attempts at a fair fight would place you in a tight spot. I was told to give this at the 11th hour.
11 o'clock.
That was her message.
Sasato's pretty gift. I wonder what's inside. This is the cat flag.
Look! I made this!
Oh!
Oh, Gigi! Oh, guy! Oh, you're so cute. This is pure bliss.
Here, take a look at this. This is my new invention.
What is it?
I call it a cat flat maker.
Or the cat flapomat. That's his. I prefer cat flat maker than the cat flapomat. We're just gonna call it flapomat.
It's my invention that creates instant doors for little kitties.
It's a cat flap door maker. We shall call this the Anywhere Door.
I seriously want to bring this up now.
Mrs. Sato said something to me after that, actually. She said that she was a failure of her legal systems. Huh? I remember.
Sasato, I really do think you're the world's best legal system.
I could never hope to hear higher praise than that. But I am sure I am a failure of a legal assistant.
I'm pretty sure if this was animated, you would see like a real close-up of her when she says, you would see that little shade over her eyes. She would say, I'm pretty sure that I am a failure as a legal system. Mr. Holmes, why would you say that?
That night when you left the shop in pursuit of those robbers, Mrs. Sato used this to carry out a certain plan of hers.
That's your answer, Master Naruhodo.
What does that even mean?
Just how to use this on the night of the crime? The Anywhere Door. That's what we're gonna call it. The Anywhere Door. That makes 5 minutes. We're out of time. I do appreciate your time, dear Reaper. I've no need for your appreciation, detective. But it matters not. You're already far too late. Oh? Now what makes you say that? The jury's opinion is unanimous. Closing arguments possible, but I'm sure changing their mind at this point is not. I wonder about that. Master Naruhodo. Sir! It all falls here now. What will you do in the face of this crisis? It all falls onto me now. One misstep here and the trial's over. My lord, the defense wishes to cross-examine. I want to cross-examine the witness. The chairs have already arrived. You cannot ask for a new cross-examination, no. I'm not asking for a new cross-examination. We were in the middle of one already. What is this? How forgetful you are today, dear Reaper. Yeah, because what he did was interrupt. Minot! I request that you temporarily suspend this cross-examination. That means interrupted. Very well, the court will temporarily suspend this cross-examination. Do you object, defense? No, my lord. No objections.
In other words, nobody else has any say in the matter right now. The review says he wants to continue his cross-examination.
The court has no choice but to resume said cross-examination. Ridiculous! Ah, come on! This is the court's view of the matter. The defense request certainly justified, however. When the trial has continued for this long, it is decided the timing of the rule. For that reason, I will give the defense a single challenge. You may present a single piece of evidence against a single statement contained in the witness contest.
A single piece of evidence?
Should you make no progress, the court is prepared to announce its verdict. Do you have any objections? As you wish, my lord. All is for my lord. Hi! A single piece of evidence against a single statement. That is more than enough. Now then, Master Naruhodo, it's about time for me to cure over. The rest is up to you. Why just kill her? Mr. Holmes! down to the nitty gritty, folks.
Such high feeling that is still stood here as if you are as heavy as ever. I can't tell if it's his fortitude, his absurdity that makes him so terrifying. He's most likely resting in peace in the waiting room about now. I'm glad Mr. Holmes isn't here to hear all this. And now, defense, are you ready?
Yes, my lord. One piece of evidence to use on one piece of testimony. Iris, Mr. Holmes? That's a subtle too. Y'all gave me this one last chance. This will decide how this trial ends.
Defense, resume your cross-examination.
Now, here's the thing about this. There are two places you can actually put this. The third. And the sixth. Because mind you, what this guy's saying is the peephole. On both statements, he's saying the peephole. So, just in case, should something go totally, horribly, horribly wrong, we're just gonna drop a save like so. And what we're going to do is we are going to present that last piece of evidence given to us, the anywhere door. Just because of that word alone makes all the difference because of this.
What is this strange little contraption?
It's a device that can create an entrance for kitty cats in a snap. Wherever the cat door, it'll carve out another little door just for them.
It basically creates a second smaller door inside an existing door. It means cats can get in and out without having to wait for a human to open the door for them.
Do you think I'm daft? What kind of idiot could guess that? But a toy like this has no relation whatsoever to a murder trial.
You sure about that?
After all, it's not as if there was a cat flap anywhere on that door. I don't have a cat at home, so I can't quite say I understand.
Then let me word it a little differently. This device is an anywhere door. Can create a peephole in an instant.
What? A peephole?
2 nights ago, we went to the pawnbrokers right after the incident had occurred.
According to report, you were accompanied by Miss Holmes and your legal assistant, correct?
Precisely. Then, my legal assistant used this at the scene.
What's it based?
If you remember, there was a peephole in that door. In fact, I actually looked into the storeroom through that peephole myself.
Don't be ridiculous. What are you trying to get out? That peephole was in the door from the very beginning. Is the crime through that peephole after all?
Is that really true?
What? What do you mean by that, different?
It's time for me to go all out. Here's what I'm trying to get at. Until my legal assistant had created that people, there was no way to see into the storeroom through that door. What? What? That is absurd. You can't possibly be implying. My legal assistant made the people when she used this device.
She tampered with the crime scene despite her status as legal assistant. That is an act of founded as a worthy of hefty punishment.
My deepest apologies. It most likely happened in the few minutes while I was looking for a police officer. But, if that really is the case, Mr. Chograe's earlier testimony contains a glaring contradiction.
A contradiction? Exactly what kind of contradiction?
Mr. Chograe's so-called decisive eyewitness testimony was all seen through the storeroom's door peephole, according to him. But, however, at the time of the murder, there were still no people in that door. And if you keep that in mind, it was absolutely impossible for you to have witnessed the crime from the outside. That can only mean one thing. Your whole testimony is nothing but lies. What did you say?
Hold on. What is the meaning of this?
Idiot!
The claim of yours will not suffice. I'm sure even you are aware of that.
Exactly. Do you think such a childish claim would pass in court? What part of this seems so childish to you? Simple. Are you really saying that toy can just make a door effortlessly? Yep. It boasts no power to carve out any door instant, no matter what it's made. What utter rubbish! There's no way it could do something like that! I thought you might see that. Huh. Bye! Come here, sweetie. Time for jeans. Hello. Now that is the face of innocence, fear, and terror, all rolled into one adorable little lump of fur. You see?
Now listen here, you can't just... Too late. You can't just use the quote...
So fucked up here.
Now listen here. You can't just use the crown cool's rules to make cat traps.
I'm sorry, sir. That point has been moot. You just made it into an anywhere door.
That's the only issue, though. That's still more. What's the people really made with that tool or not? You have no way to prove it.
What are you saying? That's easy peasy. This device always makes cat flaps with the same predetermined dimensions. It should match it perfectly to fit the people at the scene. Aha! That Freddy man shut right up, didn't he?
Nice work, Iris. You're a lifesaver.
As it is time to shut the lights up now, exchange student.
Your legal assistant has already returned to your Far Eastern Island, am I wrong? You aren't... No. In that case, your claim is lacking one very important thing. Even if that people's dimensions matched up perfectly with that device. When exactly was it made? The prosecution demands evidence.
What do you mean, all them things?
This is what I'm seeking. Was the people made with that toy before or after the incident? The aforementioned legal assistant has already left, and any testimony proof along with her. When was that people created at the crime scene? Well, there's no proof of the answer. Your words are simply baseless conjecture.
What's this? You're certainly right, defense. How do you respond?
You can't turn back now, you? All we can do now is call our own door and force it wide open.
In all honesty, I'm not confident I can do this. But there's one thing now I know for certain. Cecil's the greatest legal assistant in the world.
The court requests evidence, defense. Shows proof that the storeroom's door peephole was created after the crime.
Well, just to make sure, and we got this right. Bloop. I know I'm really pushing it, but damn it, I'm like that. When it comes to a project of this caliber, I see it through to the very end. And God damn it, we're gonna see this through to the very end. Here, bam! This would seem to be from the camera your foolish detective setup. My legal assistant, Sasato Mikotoba, really is extraordinary. That's why, no matter what the situation, she was always thinking about the evidence we would need.
And that evidence is this pistol.
This was taken when the defendant broke into the pawn shop. Indeed. Each capture the moment the heinous defendant mercilessly threatened the defense of victim. That part's not important. Look at the door behind them.
Show it to me again, please.
There was no cat flap.
This is... What? Storeroom door!
There was no anywhere door.
There's no people in it!
Ah! Mr. Chogre? At the time, you were unable to view the crime through the people. Because that people was yet to be created. In other words, your testimony is nothing but a storeroom of lies. Damn you!
Hold up! Hold up! It seems the defense is proving it. has perfectly proven its claim. This witness has told an entirely false testimony.
Is he about to break down? Quite so. He has done a splendid job of proving as such. Just as he has done a splendid job of proving his legal assistant's unforgivable sin of forgery. However, that is all there is to it.
What do you mean, Obanzich?
Even if this man has committed the egregious crime appeared to him, we still cannot call him a murderer.
Quite right. What? It's true, I was at the crime scene then. And then I was shot in the arm. That is all. Yes, in fact, you should consider me a victim. What? What?
Seriously? But right now, there's no evidence that decisively proves that he's a murderer.
But you know, I think it's already too late for him.
Iris?
After all, once the door has been opened, there's no turning back for anyone.
This entire time, this cat was nomming. This cat was eating the entire time this whole mess was going on. During that little breakdown of his, this cat was like, it's like, like here's your nom nom. Ding ding.
Right, Ryu? Holmesy always says this one thing. Lines always beget more lines. See through one, and their whole story falls apart.
I've heard that before.
Or but that's something that I wrote.
No, Iris, you're absolutely right. Mr. Choker, you've done more than just commit perjury. After all, those lies were impossible from the start. They were impossible. Just what do you mean? Within your lies, you revealed something that you shouldn't have known. Therefore, there is fundamental contradiction within your words. How very amusing. Let us hear. Tell us more about this so-called contradiction. It's just like Iris said. See through one line, and their whole story falls apart. Mr. Chogray wasn't supposed to know about a certain something. The great contradiction caused witnesses. Then, the bloodstains. It's true that there was blood on Jim's coat.
Indeed, the blood splattered positively everywhere.
But how could you have known that?
Well, of course, I saw through the people.
The important thing here isn't that he told a lie. It's why he was able to tell that lie.
I'm afraid I fail to understand.
In that case, let me ask you just one thing. Mr. Choker, how did you know? How did you know that the people on the door even existed?
Really? That should be obvious. Oh no.
Whatever's the matter? Why the sudden silence?
That peephole was created after the crime. After I let those two robbers slip away, I returned to the shop. Scotland Yard arrived almost immediately after, and ever since then, that pawn shop has been under investigation by the police. I believe I'm not mistaken, Inspector Gregson.
No, you're absolutely correct. Pawn shop was stuffed full of those pledges. All to make it through them all. They scheduled shifts such that an officer was always present.
So naturally, Mr. Chogre wouldn't have been able to enter the crime scene. Thus, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. It should have been absolutely impossible for you to testify about it.
However, there's no denying that he testified about it. He stated that the witness the crime committed.
Just how can that be possible?
I beg your pardon. May I ask you something, Lord Van Zeke?
What do you want, Inspector Gregson?
It's about time I gave my report to you. I have nothing else I'm able to testify about, so excuse me. You have not been given permission to leave the stand, Inspector. Well, I am telling you that you are not to be excused. Until this trial is over, you will not step away from the witness stand.
Mr. Chogre? You shouldn't have been able to know about their people. Which means you must have heard that information from someone else.
That claim of yours has a very significant deeper meaning.
I'm aware. The defense believes Mr. Chogre was able to claim that he witnessed the scene of the crime because he received information about it from some third party. And if I consider every clue given until now, it could be none other than
Who in blazes was this person? Who would have given the witness information that he could have used false testimony?
I'm looking dead at him. That fucker right there. Trying to slip right on out that slime. It was you, Inspector Gregson, wasn't it?
Me?
On what grounds do you make this frivolous claim?
In this incident, we've only known the name Rupert Chogre for a few hours. After all, it only came to light during the trial.
There was an hour-long research while we hastily prepared for an autopsy. Bailiff went to the city's telegraph office and summoned Miss Rose.
For then, there's no way Mr. Chogre could have imagined that he would be brought to the witness stand before us.
Which means at that point he shouldn't have.
Right, I think it's safe to assume that he did know about the people. And then when he took to the stand, he learned that he was accused of being the third intruder.
And that is when he was given information about the crime scene. All in order to give self-serving false testimony.
Exactly. And at the time, only one person involved with the investigation was available to him.
That was Inspector Gregson.
What on earth?
You asshole.
Why do you think I will leak information to this man? Besides, I didn't understand this whole time.
Right, so it's bringing me on events that couldn't plumb.
The first time these two met face to face was when the trial started. It is inconceivable that they could have a conversation at the start.
Oh, hey! I just remembered something.
What is it, Iris?
Earlier, Dean Bean testified up there, yeah?
Yeah, I remember.
In order to collect McGonagall's music box, and an officer went to the crime scene.
Oh, in order for, yeah, right.
Oh, right. Right, during the testimony.
I'm somehow getting mixed up in voices. Apologies. Something caught my attention. Chogray and Gregson were talking about something. It was very possible for Inspector Gregson to have been passing information at that time.
Ridiculous! I'm gonna stand for your lies!
Even though you were just right there. Your backs were turned the entire time she was giving off this testimony of hers.
Why would I, a proud Inspector Scotland Yard, have any reason to do this?
True. There'd be no reason for you to just freely give up information for nothing. But what if you had actually struck some kind of deal? Doesn't that make a little more sense? A deal, sir. Simple. In return for information about the people, Mr. Trogray gave something to the inspector in return. He accepted a bribe. Again, dirty deals done dirt cheap.
Inspector of the Yard made a secret deal with a witness. That's really true. It would be an inexcusable breach of trust. Well,
I suppose your Japanese are predisposed to accusing others of things they did. What? No, we most definitely are not! Even to that too far down the path to hell now, Japanese boy. The Reaper will not grant you passage with mere baseless claims. Pay the fare with evidence. What did this inspector stand to gain from a secret deal? Present proof of this deal that they struck.
If Inspector Gregson really made a deal with Chocolate, then there's only one thing I can think of that he would ask for in return.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah. This is what will tie everything together.
the court orders the defense to present evidence. What evidence does Inspector receive in return for information?
Well, not really. Inspector Gregson, you're pursuing another important incident alongside this one, aren't you? Let's talk about this secret pursuit a bit more. Would it be related to the incident that of this newspaper is reporting? Classified information from the British Empire's telegrams have been linked to emanations.
And just what did...
A short while ago, the music box that Magundel had pledged 2 months ago was discovered. It's a rather unique music box made to play 2 disc albums. And it's possible that the secret information has been engraved on these 2 discs. So, in order to obtain the second disc in absolute secrecy, you made a deal with Mr. Chogray and exchanged information on this case for the disc.
No more!
You know you're gonna have to clean up afterwards. You know that, right?
Hold up! Hold up!
On the day of the crime occurred, you said this when I met you at the pawn shop.
Scotland Yard will be taking Colin McGonagall's possessions. Hand it over.
Don't you hand it over now, Older. That's mine.
Sorry, have to take all McGonagall's belongings as well.
The police already knew at it. The police already knew it at the time, didn't they? Magundel was connected to that theft of information.
Was to covertly retrieve the information stolen from the government's telegrams. It was high-profile, top-secret government information, so I couldn't let anyone.
And that is why when I moved to present this as evidence, you strongly oppose my doing so. You know that sensitive information was inscribed on this disc.
No! Well, I didn't have any group of... I at least consider the possibility that it held that information. Then I don't believe it. In order to get that second disc, you gave the witness confidential information about the investigation. You aided him giving false testimony.
The fact that Mr. Chogray knew about the existence of that people can only be explained if they had struck some kind of deal.
You damn fool!
If we for a moment consider this ridiculous claim to be truth, the second disc currently resides within this courtroom.
Wait a moment. This courtroom? How can you be so confident about that?
Because Grexit here is Inspector of the Yard.
Huh? You have seen...
A genius inspector that can make calm and calculated decisions no matter the situation. Do you honestly believe he would accept a valuable contract as the fruits of the negotiation? There would be no exchange. He would not actually trade the item that's bargaining for.
Oh, then that means... You should have it on him this very moment. The second disc is in his possession.
If we search Inspector Gregson, all will become clear.
That's right. After all, the only time they could have made a deal was during Gene Bean's testimony. And Toby has left the stand since then.
The defense requests an immediate search of his belongings.
And now to respond, Inspector.
How do I respond?
I believe this man's claim to be an insult to Scotland Yard. But if you'll let me clear up these baseless doubts, then you can go ahead and search me.
You'll just let us? It's really consenting to the search? Still, student, someone like you should understand this. We have no choice but to view this as a challenge against the entire Scotland Yard. If perchance notice is found during the search, the trial will instantly be suspended on the question of your suitability as an attorney. The British government will no doubt issue a formal complaint to your country.
A formal complaint?
An on-exchange student blaspheming the name of our unparalleled Scotland Yard. Such an act would be something we could not possibly know.
You're all just trying to scare him.
It should go without saying that is, it is sorely required to make such an indictment. Certainly. I can't imagine the inspector would make a deal with only a promise to walk away with. He must have already received this from Chogure. But something seriously bothering me.
Please give us your final answer, defense.
Hi!
Does the defense wish to formally request that Inspector Gregson belongings be searched?
No, search someone else. The defense requests a body search.
What's in place?
Does such obstinacy is the characteristic of the Japanese mindset. And soon you shall come to realize the true outcome of your way of thinking.
Understood. I will not have one more. Very well then. Babe! Examine the inspector's belongings.
Inspector Gregson isn't the one I want searched.
Don't be foolish, boy! Isn't it me that you're trying to indict?
No, I didn't actually. I have my eyes on someone else.
What are you on about? It's spoiler nonsense! There's no reason to agree to such a senseless such.
And this guy next to him is like a dead giveaway.
Cut it out! Leo's mustering up the resolve that you all keep going on about. First, we should respect that resolve, and then we should respond in good faith. That's the British Empire that I know.
This girl shames you all! This 10-year-old basically shut the whole goddamn system down!
Indeed, your words ring true. The court is ready to respond to the defense's result. You beat me, Lord, you can't!
Assuming I haven't mistaken anything I've seen to this point, there's only one person who could possibly have the this right.
Oh, does the defense want body search?
That motherfucker right there. Otherwise known as Nash. That person is Nemi Tempiller.
What?
Me?
You?
Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain that man and perform a thorough search of this person once. My lord, please, I beg you to stop this! Inspector Gregson. Scotland Yard, Sam objections, such.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection was stunned. What? The only people permitted to raise objections in court are prosecution and defense.
No, that's it!
But I don't know what higher power you're being paid on the foot. I have no intention of opposing the search.
Bailiff, please begin the search.
The focus about this illness. I don't know nothing about this. Get away from me! Inside the witness jacket pocket. Why is this here? What? Yet another music box disc. Easy. Oh, that's it in there. We're all dumbfounded. That's the second disc left behind by McGundle. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh! Go ahead to pick that up, you know.
Hold on, court! What's in the devil's going on?
What's this? What the heck's going on here? I ain't got the foggy thing involved. Swammington, Mom!
I don't understand. What does all this mean?
As I recall,
Inspector Gregson was the one who struck a deal with Wizard.
yeah, but you laid hands on that dude previously. If you remember earlier in the case, he laid hands on Nash previously. He basically shook him up really, really good. And then secondly, he and Clean as a Hound's Tooth over there were doing some shady looking deals. So this means only one thing. Something dirty done went down. And I mean real dirty. I believe so.
Then I don't understand. Why did this man have the disc that the inspector had confiscated?
Usually Inspector Gregson's calm and composed. But just a little while ago, there was something unnatural about it.
What was it?
Oh! That moment was during Mr. Chograve's cross-examination. Mr. Chograve, when you left the shop, what's the second disc in your pocket? You know that the accusations do not faze me. Yeah, see? Laid hands on him. At that moment, Inspector Gregson started violently shaking Nash, or Nemi. It's right, though. I thought I waved my neck goodbye. All I could think at that moment was, I was totally right out. Or Ringo. Nash and Ringo Skulkin. Who thought of the name Skulkin? That's what I want to know. What exactly was going on at that time? I sure know. You just grabbed me by the collar and started shaking me like you belonged it. Say something like, why didn't you mention the dead god? Something. Yeah, start screaming right in my ear. And it's still ringing in there, even now, Rolf.
That moment, Inspector Gregson wasn't the same cool, composed inspector we know. And thinking about it, that was the only time it could have happened. It was the only time Inspector Gregson could have hidden the disc he was carrying.
What'd you say? He hid the disc? I simply don't understand. If the inspector's goal was to retrieve the disc, then why would he hide it in someone else's pocket? This is a court of law. If he just submitted it as evidence.
I have a feeling that wasn't an option for the Inspector.
But why? Before he claimed he was on a mission. The duty given to me was to convert every trade information stolen from the government's telephones. I profile top secret government information so I can't let anyone know. It's all secret.
What was stolen was a confidential telegram from the government of the British Empire. It seems submitting it as court as evidence would have created a major scandal. Is that correct, Inspector Gregson?
I'm working on those from the government. I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
In case of the extremely unlikely event that you were to be seized and searched, or for a chance to hide this somewhere else, you planted it on Nemi.
Then perhaps
Inspector Gregson pretended to shake Nemi. He did this in order to hide the second disc.
he pretended.
Man, I swear, this dude is just getting right down there. Just his ditch is getting pretty deep, man.
What's the meaning of this Inspector Gregson? And you too, Mr. Choker. So do you both confess to taking part in some kind of drink?
Confess. Who? You mean me? Mr. Choger? Let that Japanese over there think what he will, however. You've no evidence that I'm the one who gave the disc to the inspector. But you can't provide a reason why you knew about the people at the scene of the crime. I have no obligation to tell you anything. Certainly, I lied in my testimony. I'll admit that much, and I am prepared for the consequences. But I'll say no more. Murder, government secrets, and a secret deal to boot. To solve the whimsical machinations of this Japanese boy's own imagination. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. What? Then, Inspector Gregson, what about you? Do you admit about making a deal with Rupert Chogre?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Inspector Scotland Yard, I have little else to say. I've been operating under the honorable grade of the British Empire and pursuit of justice. Therefore, as representatives of the fine citizens of Ireland, I wish to request that you pass an honorable verdict. quite a difficult situation. Glad that the trial reaches such a standstill just before dinner. This time, there's truly no more evidence to deliberate over. Then I must request that our 6 judge pass a final verdict. There was one who devoted his life to protecting his country, carried great grace.
I believe in the inspector. He has the eyes of a faithful servant. No matter how much I cross my eyes now, I can't see anything stereoscopically anymore.
As a professional myself, I want to believe in his words.
Mr. Chogra is truly incredible. Oh, if only I could be just like him.
Why? That inspector has eyes I can trust. This is all I know.
This is bad. All 6 jurors? They all trust Inspector Gregson. If they hand down a verdict now,
And he won't be declared guilty, won't he?
we can't present some kind of decisive evidence now. It's all over. We need evidence to force Shogre to confess to murder and robbery. Or evidence to force Inspector Gregson to confess to making some kind of deal.
Well then, what does the defense have to say? You wish for the jury to hand down the verdict, or has the defense prepared evidence that they wish to commit?
If I ask the jury to hand down their verdict, Gina's all but guaranteed to be declared guilty.
Then there's only one thing we can do. We got to hit them with some evidence.
This is the big moment. What I say now will determine everything. Shogre and Inspector Gregson, who should I show my evidence to?
The smart thing would be when you have nothing else. Inspector Gregson, there's one last piece of evidence I want you to look at.
Me?
If you won't admit to your deal with Chogre, then maybe we'll just have to inspect a certain piece of evidence very thoroughly.
What were you playing out?
This is the home stretch. I need to present something here and now. Something to force the inspector to admit to the existence of their deal. And we have it. The music box.
Is it Mr. McGundle's music box?
There's only one disc set inside that music box. I want to listen to the sound it makes one more time. But this time, I want to insert the newly discovered second disc as well.
You mean this dish? No, you can't! Hold it! I can't allow you to do that!
Why not?
Because you see, that's no better on this case at all, I swear!
You're wrong.
I'll tell you!
Earlier, the defense made the following assertion. The sound that was played from this music box was part of a transmission in Morse code. Morse code is composed of 2 sets of sounds. There's a chance that this disc contains the second set of sounds. It's our duty to find out for sure.
But remember, we're dealing with top secret information from the British government. If we happen to make that information public, it would be tantamount to treason.
Sounds like you better admit the truth then. Admit that you made an illicit deal in hopes of protecting this confidential information.
Why? Well, if you do plan to the top secret government information here, you'll be making a very powerful enemy. You face the might of the British government!
You, being an inspector, knowingly leaked secret information to the witness? You even resort to lies in order to carry out your mission. Why should I have to pull any punches?
Are you mad?
I'm prepared to make any enemies I have to in order to protect my client. My lord, I have a request. Please let's listen to the music box right away.
No, no, Six, I am begging you, you've got to stop this madness!
Oh shit, he put the boot up!
I thought you would understand my I am prosecutor. I am not be a part of the police force.
What?
So long as I stand here, I will stop at nothing in order to find the truth.
Confound it!
I can sympathize with each of your position. Now, with respect to the defensive purpose, we shall once again listen to the sound generated by this music box. What in the world would happen when we insert both discs and play them simultaneously?
There's no doubt anymore. It's Morse code.
Okay, fine, I get it. It's all true, but please, turn it off!
And he was never heard from again. Inspector Gregson, let's make this absolutely clear. You made a deal with this witness, yes? In exchange for this dish, you gave him information on the crime scene. Specifically, you told him about the people in the storeroom door.
I deny nothing.
Hey, hold on. What do you think you're doing?
Order that Japanese body possession. Okay. When the time is up, this man stood next to me. I don't understand. And he turned to me and offered me a deal.
Shut up. Shut up! Pardon me, sir. You must be the inspector I met at the pawn shop, are you not? You see, I am currently in possession of that which you seek. What do you say? Are you willing to make a deal? If you refuse, this information may end up being revealed to the world.
I'm out of the course. I couldn't bear to let that story information be leaked. Thus, I agreed to his deal and gave him the information needed. I revealed to him the existence of people and blood on the court.
This witness tried to falsify testimony, all to frame my client for the crime. Inspector Gregson, you knew this. Yet you still told him about the people!
Indeed I did. Who knew that the people was made after the crime? Even as the lead inspector for this case, I had no idea.
What do you have to say for yourself, Rupert? What do you have to say for yourself, Rupert Cholgray? Bleh. I'm choking. What do you have to say for yourself, Rupert Cholgray? There's nothing left for you to hide behind. You made a deal with Inspector Gregson to escape punishment for your crimes. This can lead us only to one conclusion. You, Rupert Cholgray, the third intruder at the crime scene. You are the murderer! You killed Hatch! Burn in hell, traitor! What the fuck? Ladies! Higher restraint that man! Quick now! That's it. It's all over. Death would have been preferable to another day in the slums. We were at the absolute bottom of the ladder. I cursed the day I was born. To a traitor. My parents did nothing but argue every single day. God, have you even seen money before? Hindsight to study is hard. Also, I could escape from that life.
And then you became a telegraphist. You made a commendable effort.
But despite all that, you stole state secrets and tried to sell them. What on earth drove you to do such things? Isn't obvious? I just wasn't mother. Even now, I wake up in the middle of the night, take my dreams of the slums. I want so much money that I would never have to worry about those nightmares again. That was right. I'll bet him. When I bet that much bad, causing me content. I can turn your scares into unimaginable profit. Trust in the plan. Together we will have untold riches. Like under palm, they agreed some money in exchange for storing confidential telegrams. I was the one in charge of routinely checking the mysterious telegraph room was Cosmo. You gave in to the devil whispering in your ear.
Stealing the government's classified information, no doubt embarrass this crime.
Time is that. I took so many precautions. And how sad to tears would go smoothly.
That's why you resort to using the music box, of course.
My father was a bricklayer. He divorced my mother when I was young.
Morton Milverton.
My father was skilled with his hands. He had once been the apprentice of a music box maker. It's no great feat to make a box that only plays most current. With that in mind, I visited the high street and searched my father. And then, for the first time in 10 years, we reunited.
Look at you, Rupert. You've become such a fine gentleman. I almost didn't recognize you.
He's nothing like the man I knew. He seemed to be just a fatal man. No matter how desperate he was, my father would never break the law. If I told him the truth, he'd most likely not assist me. So I told him. I sent to ask you, would you be able to make a music box this? Music box this. I've composed some songs that I want to share at Polo. I have 2 scores here, ready to transfer onto this. Okay, I'll do it. If I want it now. There's been trying to hold this. The doors, I need to make them or stand up in enough. Give me a moment. And that was how classified information was encrypted and embedded onto 2 disks. You divided the information. That was certainly cautious. It was also means to protect myself. The trades with Naganda were to be split into 2 transactions. For the first transaction, I would give him one of the discs and the music box to play them. For this, I would receive 10 gifts. Second transaction was where we would trade the other disc for 1,000 gifts. So, the murder on the omnibus happened during the latter transaction? I said in the transaction according to the family PM. But since he became uncomfortable over the price. However, that's something I find rather strange. You want to kill 2 months ago? Well, not you, but your father, Mr. Morton Milton. I received 1,000 guineas after our first series of trades. I gave my father 200 as sign of appreciation. But it was sharper than I thought. He appeared to have realized that these transactions weren't lawful. Let me help you with your next trade. If you won't let me, I can't accept any more of your money. To my father, that seemed to be the most logical course of action. I would borrow a coach and exchange this second dish with a Gundam for the money. My father never managed what was on those discs. It is impossible now for me to ever know what truly happened that night, but my father had that disc stolen from him, and he never returned home again. At that moment, I was painfully aware of Maganda's true nature. For the first time in 2 minutes, I finally uttered my father's name again. And then... I swore to take revenge. Revenge? I am sure anyone who knew Maganda could have imagined what would have happened. Exploited his assets in order to break the law and influence his child. Ultimately, he destroyed the integrity of that child. Forging evidence, tampering with the crime scene, grabbing the system of criminal project. Both Minigondo's trial was nothing more than a paid-off deception. But we can't all renew it. Just to right one. I was dragged into that trial with no idea of his true nature. I couldn't want to say that for all of our demons. And 2 months ago, I used all that to hire such men. Many Londoners would stop at nothing for money. I done that for Maganda himself. No way. Mr. Chogri, you mean... Yes, I suppose you guessed the truth. Calamity was created through his enough bribes. I ended the devil's life in my own hands. The accident 2 months ago.
was planned and carried out by yours truly. So the one that murdered Magundo 2 months ago was this man.
The preparation is complete, so if you would please move to Crown Court.
This is much earlier than I was led to believe.
I'm very sorry, plans have changed somewhat.
Well, you have, man. I must excuse myself now. I will be stuck inspecting the crime scene for a while yet, I'm told. It would seem that the omnibus will have to undergo another investigation, given the circumstances. They said they wanted me to be present for it, if at all possible.
He was the bailiff.
So that bailiff back then was...
Yes, I walked out the bailiff swapped him with a fake. Maganda twisted that child with his money. He bought and used someone to plant that fake evidence in the omnibus. Then he threatened witnesses, forcing her to give falsified testimony. So I did the same thing to him. I covered that omnibus in cash. I used fake bailiffs to send Magundo to the depths of hell where he belongs. The end. That is how I avenged my father's death. Oh, terrifying. However, in all truth, there was one more thing that was bothering me. What? Of course, I'm referring to the second disc, which my father took.
Indeed. At trial 2 months ago, there was absolutely no mention of its existence. In other words, that disc disappeared from the scene of the crime.
Something came to mind at the time. I suddenly thought of the first time I had dealt with Magundo. Here's the first disc, and the music disappeared. I see. What a cautious methods. In any case, here's your 10 guineas as promised. What is this? Hatch pawnbrokers. Here's the pledge ticket for pawnbrokers. You're free to handle these shops. There's no need to name yourself, simply show the pledge ticket and say the password. I pledge you Judas. Sell it and you receive 10 guineas. Items can use some pawn shops. Anything of the kind. Are you perhaps not aware, Master Children? To the city folk, London's pawnbrokers are the most trustworthy of safe deposit boxes. If he had hidden my father's stolen disc on the spur of the moment, I realized that there was no doubt that it would be in that pawnbrokers. On that night, Magundo must have entrusted his pledge ticket to someone. To Miss Gina Lestrade.
Now that I think about it, when I first met you in that pawn shop 2 days ago, you had a description of the defendant, didn't you? How did you know about her?
At that trial, there was a pickpocket who was clearly telling fabricated testimony. It was obvious to me that she had been threatened by Magundo to do his bidding. Thus, it was very likely that she had the pledge ticket. I found out all I could about her just to be safe. I thought she may appear in the pawnbrokers on the last day to redeem the pledge. And then he predicted Gina showed up. pin down the location of the pledges. Only the coat and the disc in its pocket were on the ticket. This important small box and the other disc inside of it were not part of the pledge.
That small box had already been surrendered 2 days prior.
If only I'd known that, then I would have had no reason to break in.
On the other hand, while we were proceeding with the investigation into the stolen intel, we discovered that Cousin McGonagall was involved.
Inspector Gregson! Is the day still standing?
We had to get that information back before it became publicized, and of course. Search for all his belongings in order to pin it down so we had the yard start an urgent investigation.
When the inspector took this from me that day, I grew afraid. There was still a second disc and the music box inside that pawn shop. I had to get them back before the police got there first. That was my motive. And that's why you broke into Hatch's shop on that night. Alongside your old friends, the Tim Pillarmen. What happened that night can be called nothing short of a nightmare. While Nemi and Tully were rummaging through the counter, I searched the shelves of surrendered pledges and I found the music box I gave to McGonagall.
Inside it was the second music box disc.
As I placed it in my pocket, a wave of relief washed over me. But then, something happened that I could never have expected. Who are you fiends? A gunshot rang out through the shop, and I felt a sudden intense pain in my arm.
The bullet that had shot went through your arm.
Yes, you are correct. And then, unfortunately, in my hand I held my pistol that I'd taken with me just in case.
And the rest is history.
Before I knew what I was doing, I had effectively fired a shot. I never intended to actually aim at the fleeing shopkeeper, nor did I plan to kill him. But Lady Luck had clearly had enough of me, and that bullet hit. Passed straight through the man's back as he ran through the door into the storeroom.
What a frightening turn of events.
All of it took was a single moment. I'm sure the Tin Pillars left without even the foggiest idea of what had actually happened. I was frightened and I ran from the shop. That is everything that happened in the pawnbrokers that night.
Now imagine if I had to basically stop and say, oh, guess what I'm going to do this next week. No, don't feel like it. Because if it's going to end up being a 2-parter or 3-parter, well, good for me. I'm making more content I never thought I expected to make. You called McGonagall the devil. He uses financial power to twist the truth and run from his crime of murder. However, what you do is no different. He who fights with monsters should see to it that he does not become one in the process. See, Devilman. And yet, that is exactly what I did.
It has been right and on trial. But we have finally made the truth clear. Inspector Gregson, what is Rupert Tolgray's current status? It's currently in custody and being taken down to the yard. Currently on suspicion of pawnbroker hatching letter and leaking sensitive government information. And for the most part, you will surely have to answer for your crime as well. Of course, my lord. In the end, you aided the culprit in attempting to escape his crime. Even if you did it to carry out a greater deed, it was an unforgivable obstruction of justice. Defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade?
Yeah?
The court will now announce its final verdict. That accepted performance. Yes, my lord. The guy that platoon is ready. Once for all. We have without a doubt reached a single verdict. Understood. Now, Amateur judge, announce the verdict before this court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
In total, this whole thing has been like 8 hours.
Yes! The Tetragina begins now! We finally debut!
I thought we were more than done for. More than once there.
You're the greatest attorney in the world!
Defendant, you still have much to answer for.
What's with the grim look?
For you and your freedom, you will still be charged with your depravity.
You what?
First and foremost, a false testimony with the trial tumultuous. Second, your unlawful entry into a pawn shop. And finally, your attempt to claim the gunboat's belongings as your own. 3 strikes and she's not out. Damn.
What? What did you do, anything? You're having enough!
You wore that coat yesterday with a smile on your face.
Looks like we can't have her over for dinner tonight.
I must say, never in my deepest dreams could I have imagined that Morse code would be carved onto a music box. Indeed, it was a splendid attempt to utilize our principles. Oh, that does get my... Our Japanese boy needs that Morse code for all the hair guys in this code or no?
You have my sincerest apologies. It was all I could do in order to get Inspector Gregson to confess.
May I perhaps have a word about that? What's it?
Regarding the sounds played by the music box, I do wonder if that was actually Morse code.
What do you mean, Tier 5?
Well, you must know, I'm an absolute Morse code fanatic. The word reveals itself to me through the magical sounds of dits and dots.
Sounds to me like you need new spectacles.
I can personally confirm that what we had earlier was only a meaningless string of noises. There's no way! Those sounds weren't Morse code!
Sorry! Can we listen one more time? Don't build slow! Our government secrets on this! This courtrooms, not the place to discuss the government's dispatch judgment. Yes, those men plan to use encoded discs to trade with enemy countries. As long as we have a confession of that from the culprit, no more is required of us.
Drat. I was really curious.
You found it, Miss Gina Strode?
You?
I must say, you truly did draw a bad rod in this incident. You had thrust into the food and forgery. But I believe, touch you. Those favors I would never wish to have shown to a child.
I see it every day, Don Sims.
Pity.
It's normal for me to get shook.
Gina.
But I think I understand them. If I want this cruel world to change, I have to start by changing myself.
I see. Your heart's in the right place. I expect a great change for you in the near future. Don't be coming back here now. Now, in the case of the pawnbroker's hatch, madam, I would now declare the final verdict for the defendant, Miss Gina Strode. Not guilty! Home run! And with that, court is now adjourned! I see. I must say, I'm rather shocked, Japanese boy. Sir! Though you are Japanese, you managed to see through the deceptions of our nation. And you did this while defending another from our country, trusting and fighting until the end. Strange spectacle to play a part in. I don't think it was strange at all. Whether you're from the Great British Empire or Japanese Empire. The fact that we're all human beings thing. That is one sole reason I returned to this court. I saw I could cross blades with you. Really? When I first encountered you at that trial 2 months ago, I was forced to remember. I remember the Japanese man who gained my utmost trust only to betray me. Which side of him was the true him? I want to try and understand that man through you. Asogi. You mentioned that before. That a Japanese man had betrayed you. What happened? I fear that the time for you to learn will come. I understand. I left this court 5 years ago, bearing the title of the Grim Reaper. I even have to ponder what our meeting in court means for me. Till we come face to face again, Japanese attorney.
April 17, 5:24 p.m. in the lobby. And now it's all finally over. Huh. And I see Irishman. Oh! Congratulations, Gina. I knew I was right to believe in you. I knew you weren't guilty.
You believed in me to the bitter end. You're so weird.
Of course I did. How many times did I have to tell you that one?
For the first time, anyone's ever kept a promise to me.
Gina.
You know, I kind of crave something now. I'm alive, husband back eyes, never giving anyone an ounce of trust. But that was because I was afraid that they'll betray me. The more you trust someone, the more unbearable it is when they hurt you.
I think I know how you feel. That's how I felt during the trial 2 months ago, after all. A man I trusted betrayed me, and I felt like my heart had been ripped in half. But I realized something too. Putting your trust in someone else all starts with trusting yourself. And there is honestly no greater truth than when you realize you were right to trust in you. And I was able to remember that because of you.
Really, I don't know why you think so.
I'm glad I chose to trust you, Jane.
Knock it off already! I might have been thinking about it now too. You know, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to trust someone for once.
Gina. The way I see it, not all. An attorney's measured by the belief he has in his client, along with how much he can believe in himself. Maybe your words are starting to get through to me. So, and maybe I'm finally starting to live up to the attorney you thought I could be.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. How long are you two going to keep pretending I'm not there?
Oh, is that...
Don't you be giving me that, Master Naruto. Do you have any idea how long I've been standing there in the corner holding my breath? I was ready to jump out scream. It's me, children! But you just had to go and mess that all up.
Look, it's Hans!
Oh, it's me, children! Weren't you supposed to be at the hospital? Indeed, and I was, but I broke my chains once again. Eh? Did you say that I know 2 and 3 of the director's weaknesses? And I had a chat and was more than happy to give me permission to leave. That's going a bit too far. Who cares? Anyway, good work out there today, Master Naruto. You really fought tooth and nail. Let me, as a friend, be the first to congratulate you. Oh, thank you.
Great detective. More like the dead weight detective.
What's that supposed to mean?
We were in the right spot. Trouble you now. Where did you get snarl dead?
Well, I suppose that shot didn't mean it was a fair bit of blood. Forgive me if I'm a little less snapped than usual. Like my finger, cause the corpse isn't it?
feel free to stop poking my neck, Mr. Holmes. Anyway, I guess I should congratulate you too.
Jeez, you really sound like you mean it.
I don't mean to scare you when I say this much. I have to wonder what happens next, now that you escaped the Grim Reaper's guilty verdict.
Really sounds like you're trying to scare her, though.
Oh, that guy. The one that supposedly brings death to anyone who gets a not guilty verdict against him.
Yeah, that's the one. And you know what happens to good old McGum? Not that I especially care for the rumors, anyway.
Well, I ain't bothered by him, that. Not even a tiny bit.
Oh.
Cause a Grim Reaper was supposed to be God, right?
Maybe. Some religions probably have gods like that.
See, Konami.
That God will judge very well. Looks like Naganda do awful things and then they never punch for it.
Just like real life.
Maybe that's what this is really all about. That's just raping the manies.
You know, you may be right. Of course, it's always wrong to take someone else's life, no matter who you are.
I'm not locked in, that's why I get to keep moving forward, man. I'm not locked in. That's why I keep moving forward.
I gotta slow down with this.
I'm not like that. That's why I get to keep moving forward in my life. No looking back.
When do you otherwise, you know?
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Alright, I forgot I hadn't actually said yet. I'm glad to see that your innocence has been proven. Congratulations, Miss Gina. I truly mean it.
But... Hey, Halsey, when'd you get here? Jeez. I even went all the way to the hospital to wait for you.
Hey there, Iris. Sorry about that. But get a load of these two. You're not going to believe this, trust me.
Huh? What's the problem?
So I disguised myself as a native, sneaked in. Imagine my shock when they didn't even want to recognize me. Isn't that awful, Iris?
Not really their fault.
Ah.
Holmesy, you don't have anywhere near as much presence as you think. You better keep that in mind if you don't want to get yourself in bother later.
This is Sarah to watch.
But it's very soon, huh? I was hoping we get to celebrate your victory tonight, Gina. But you won't be able to come in. Right. But I don't think I'll be coming back for a while. I've done my fair share of times, you know. Gotta make up for that now. Let's see. That's breaking in. Try and nick that guy's pledge. And let's not forget the whole pickpocketing.
Let's not forget about the whole pickpocketing.
Thanks, Juan! Getting. It's my job. Got me a certificate and all. No, she's there.
Now I know she's just lying.
But maybe I should quit my job. Being caught made me think that maybe pickpocketing ain't all. That's probably why you became an attorney.
I was never pickpocket to begin with, Gina.
I'm gonna change, I swear, then. I'm gonna make a place where all the bad guys' kids can live normal lives. Wow, I bet you can do it, Gina. What's that chuckling for? Sorry.
Gina Strud! The present car is waiting in the back. Get ready to leave immediately.
Then I guess I'm off, everyone.
Alright. Take care, Gina.
I do.
Yeah?
Really?
Why'd you do that? I'm a kid. Times like these, I just don't know what to say.
If that means you're saying that you love him, that's the most strangest way to show your affection right there. Just like throw a smoke pellet. Boom! Perhaps what you're seeking was that you never spoke before.
What?
At times like these, I recommend saying thank you.
Huh? Yep. He's right, Gina.
Alright.
Thank you. No, no, no. For trusting me through all this.
No? I should be the one thanking you.
So, thank you, Gina. And to those who are still around after all this time, thank you so very much. Oh my god. And there she goes. My, what a lively little pickpocket.
So you guys have bought today's newspaper at a shop nearby? It's a special edition. Today's trial's all over it. Huge turn about today's trial. Girl's innocent. Take a look.
You should have shown us this before Gina left.
Sorry, I forgot. Oh, one more thing. I've got good news and bad news for you.
Again?
You, Holmesy, which one do you want to hear first?
Oh, well, I guess I'll go with the bad news first. I won't listen to anything but good news.
Wow, even hearing your answers really show the difference between you two.
Leave me alone, please.
Well, I'll just start with the good news this time. The rain finally stopped. That was a record-breaking deluge of a storm.
Good. I won't have to get drenched on a wheel. And what's the bad news?
The sea is especially rough today due to the rain. Things are so rough at the port of Dover that all ships have been delayed by at least half a day.
Port of Dover?
You got it. We run to London Station right now. Maybe you can say goodbye to Susan before she leaves.
But there's no way we could catch a train to the port of Dover right now. Who do you exactly think I am, Master Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes? I've already arranged for a special express from London down to Dover. If it goes full speed ahead, the whole way, we should be able to make it in time for dinner. I happen to know an inn as a delicious pair with sword. Wow, the great detective has a lot of influence. You got that right. Let's just say that I know 2 of the railway company secrets. Huh? All it takes is a chat and they give me top of the line service.
That's like with me at GameStop or Anime Expo. All I have to do is chat it up with 1 or 2 people. That 1 or 2 person would give me inside information. I wouldn't exactly advise you to keep such. I wouldn't exactly advise you to keep using such methods to get your way.
Alrighty. Off to London Station we go.
April 18th, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Pier. That took a tad longer than I expected.
Seriously, Bird is probably leaving soon.
Susato. She's over there! Looks like she's reading a book. Whoa! Susato, what are you doing?
No. Why are you here?
We came as fast as we could after the trial ended. I heard your ship had been delayed due to the rain earlier, so,
Oh, I see. But what about Gina?
she's fine. We won the trial.
I'm so glad. That is absolutely wonderful news.
What's that book you were about to throw into the sea? This is the British Empire's Code of Law.
So, you saw that? I have no right to have anything to do with law. I said perhaps it was time to say my final farewell to it.
You're trying to leave law behind? Susato of all people. Perhaps. What does perhaps have to do with that people of your Susato?
I tampered with the scene of the crime. I even tried to conceal the fact. The law doesn't take such an act lightly. Now that you mention it, how did you even get your hands on this? The night that horrible incident occurred, you had invited Gina to dine with us. Yeah, that was great fun. After our meal, Gina gave us a bit of a lesson. She taught us the basics of pickpocketing. Yes, she did. That's how I managed this wife use Iron Man.
Please consider avoiding that in the future. This is really important to me.
Hey, you didn't realize it was gone. In a bit of mischief, I decided to slip this into my sleeve.
How deep are those sleeves, girl?
Oh! Then I took it with me to Hatch's pawnbrokers by accident.
It was an accident?
Mr. Holmes, help! He's been shot!
Forget about me, Master Naruto.
Okay. After you left, no, hold up. I couldn't help but be curious about that door.
The door to the storeroom.
I realized I've Gina was present. She must be inside the store. I suddenly remembered the device I had up my sleeve. I was so worried about Gina that I just had to check.
And that's why you made the people.
That people ended up in a pretty clear photo. It's all thanks to Holmes's automatic crime recording device.
Indeed. It turned out to be very important. When was people made? The answer to that question would be a powerful tool. You realize that there was a necessity to leave a way to prove it.
And on the other side of that door was a scene even more frightening than I could have imagined. It was then that I suddenly remembered. I recalled the trial from 2 months ago. Causing McGundle's trial. The criminal tampered with the crime scene and forced witnesses to tell falsified testimony. Back then I felt as I'd been forced to see the darkness of British law. But then I thought of something awful. What if some sinister man had done the same thing this time as well? From the state of the crime scene, anyone would have guessed that Gina had shot Hutch. But I know that Gina would never shoot anyone.
Yet the culprit could try to frame Gina.
Yes, when I thought of that, I realized. Would these circumstances not make it difficult to fabricate testimony? The matter happened on the side of a door into a locked room. To create false eyewitness testimony, you would need some kind of people.
Oh! And it was precisely that people carved into that door that was perfect for the job.
Of course, that people had been made after the murder. If the culprit knew that, its usefulness would be lost.
But you knew that it would work as a sensible trap, yes?
Trap.
That's what the peephole was for?
And that's why you kept the people a secret? Even from the police? I was well aware that what I was doing was a crime. So I trusted knowledge of my crime to Mr. Holmes alone. Should Naruhodo become cornered with no escape, then that at the 11th hour, this may be what he needs to cause the great turnabout. I suppose I was right.
Susato really thought that far ahead? But then, why didn't you just tell me all of this?
Oh, come now, Sonata, hold on. If you knew that much, you'd be deemed an accomplice to a crime.
Well, it is true.
If it was revealed that you willingly tampered with the scene, you may be dismissed. That's why Mrs. Sato kept the secret so closely hid. Master Naruhodo, she did this to protect both you and Miss Gina.
Susato. For one mere moment, I began to doubt the law.
What?
Those who are just may still find themselves unjustly punished. The moment I came to this realization, I became a failure of a legal system.
Susato, you're nothing like McGundle or Chogre. Chogre was the one who used that people to lie to the court. And if it weren't for the contradiction caused by that people, Gina might have been declared guilty at that trial. Susato, you saved Gina's life.
that sentiment means more to me than you could ever know.
Yeah, it's wonderful that Miss Gina was declared not guilty.
Yeah, but there's still so many questions I have that have been left unanswered. But I can't believe you deduced that those discs had telegram information on them. That's a truly incredible feat, Naruhodo. I thought I could have done the same.
Well, we don't have the full story behind that either.
Really?
There was actually a telegraphist in the jury. But she said that most of the transmission was just meaningless noise. I do realize that this was top secret information. It was likely encrypted as failsafe, just in case it was stolen. Encrypted? This is starting to sound like a nightmare to decode. I'm sure someone with too much time on their hands will come to find the answer.
A good example of that is well, if anyone actually remembers the Sega CD and the Sega Saturn, there were certain discs that you could play as music discs. And even if they were like Sega CD or Sega Saturn, you could actually play the music off. And the one thing I remember is just if you play track 1, you get nothing. It's like encrypted. But all the rest of the tracks, you know, they were music tracks from the games. I remember, I believe Lunar had one. The original Lunar the Silver Star actually had one of those tracks that were like, just had a track that was encrypted. And it's like, if I'm trying to remember this correctly, but it had a spoken warning on one of the tracks. And let me tell you, that creeped me the fuck out. What was that?
Yeah, maybe not. I never heard such a weird word before. Iris, please repeat what you just said. Huh? Oh, it was a sogi. Did you mean something?
It doesn't just mean something. Asogi is the name of my best friend.
What? Iris, well enough do you know that name? Just noted that some of the code that was played in court earlier.
But she only heard it once. This girl really is a force to be reckoned with.
I thought it might be encouraged. I tried out all sorts of things. I can't seem to make any meaningful words. At least when looking from an English point of view. And then I remembered, English isn't the only variant of Morse code. Every country in this world has its own version of Morse code.
What? Then this is...
I've only seen the Japanese Empire's code chart once, so I think you call it Iora code?
Then the telegram says Asogi.
Yeah, probably. Now that I remember the whole thing. Iris, may I see that for a moment?
Susato, do you understand Japanese Morse code?
Of course, I've studied it. I believe It will be vital for worldwide communications in the coming era.
If you ask me, learning the English variant was probably the better.
Anyway, Iris, please let me see that code. Okay. What on earth does this mean?
As her gaze danced across the seemingly meaningless lines of Morse code, Sasato's face gradually lost its color.
This does certainly appear to be Japanese Morse code.
Does that mean the British Empire sending telegrams in Japanese?
I can't say I know it. But there are 4 sets of character combinations here that seem to be names.
4 names.
The first is Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why is the name here though?
The second one is Asashi.
Sashi. I don't think I've heard that name.
The third is Tigresun.
Or if spoken in Japanese, Tiguregu-san. So spoken as Asashinu. Tiguregu-san. Kaasogi. I studied Japanese. Gregson? Tobias Gregson.
That's probably Tobias Gregson. Hey, inspect himself.
Why is that inspector's name coming up in a classified telegram?
And the last,
What's wrong, Sasato?
nothing, it's just a surprising name. What? Who is he? Who? Hurry up and tell us, Susie! Last name is J. Wato-san.
John Watson.
What?
Watson?
John H. Watson? That's my daddy's name. All that's written is J. Wato-san. So we can't be entirely sure. After the 4 names, the above 4. That's where Iris' memo stops.
I still can't believe it. That disc really had Japanese Morse code. And then we have those 4 mysterious names. It seems that these classified telegrams were part of the correspondence between the British and Japanese empires.
And maybe my daddy came from Japan. But maybe it's just too good to be true. There are lots of J's and Watsons all over the world after all.
Professor Yume, University Department of Medicine. Dr. John H. Watson. There's no way I can tell her. We may have solved today's mystery, but it feels as though I've seen the entrance of a dark abyss.
Maybe the darkness within that abyss isn't meant to be seen by our eyes. It seems the ship is about to depart.
Yeah.
After I board the steamship, I'll be on my way to Francis Polka Dunkirk. And from there, I will board a large passenger ship back to Japan. Susie, you're really leaving us?
Safe travels, Mr. Sato.
Thank you. Please, everyone, take care of yourselves.
Susato! I wish you could have stayed here with me. So we could stand in court together.
Not all the...
Someday, please. Come back. To me. You're the best legal assistant in the world, Susato.
Okay. Yes, of course, I will definitely return. You mean it, Susie? I still haven't fulfilled my promise to you, Alice. What promise? About that manuscript, remember?
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
We'll be waiting for you, Susie, we promise. Of course, Alice.
No, hold on. Yeah?
You remember when we first met?
Of course I do. How could I forget? When those sailors yanked me out of SS Eclair's wardrobe, you Susato tossed me to the other side of the room.
Oh, come now. I mean, what came after that?
After we solved the mystery together, I became oddly confident about something. I just knew that you would be the one to carry on this society.
I just knew that you would be the one to carry on Cosmo's will.
Susato.
My intuition wasn't mistaken. I'm sure. No, I swear. One day, I'll be back. Please, take care.
Oh, boy.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっとさまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がするだって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
I'm eating while that cutscene was going on, so God excuse me if I was chewing throughout that. I was having salad. Had a very long night, very long dinner. Rather a very long stream. So I was in between certain parts, so couldn't be in. One more thing, Master Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Holmes? I got some pretty bad news for you. The railway company is suing for that little trifle with the emergency train. Huh?
You went too far. You went too far. All the other trains got held up at station.
Well, we wouldn't have made it in time otherwise. So I told him it was all on you, you see. Huh? Huh? You'll probably just have a formal complaint from them by tomorrow. But I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah, a certain tidbit from Mr. Sato.
You said you left to fend yourself, you.
Okay. Aha!
Don't worry, I'll testify for you in court. I never thought he was the kind of person to do something so awful. Great testimony, right?
Mr. Holmes. Oh, yes? There's a certain word I want to say. By all means, go ahead, scream it from the very depths of your being.
Oh, I love it when you say that. Go, you!
Alright, get ready for this. And that was it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Gyakuten Saiban Bokin no Naruhodo Ryunoichi. Alright, Yunosuke. I'm not gonna read all this because I know how it's gonna be. So, yes, this was Gyakuten Saiban Boken no Yunosuke Naruhodo. It came out originally in 2015 on the Nintendo 3DS. And let me tell you, I have waited a long ass time. Or actually, not a long ass time, I waited to get an upgraded computer to actually do the following, which is get Citra, run this, as well as get Streamlabs, run that, work through the settings, and the rest is history. So therefore, it really was worth it. And I'm so glad I actually completed this out of the many DS games I have been going through. A few being Project Cross Zone, Dragon Ball Fusions, and one of the two Great Ace Attorney games. So when I do Great Ace Attorney 2, the resolve of Naruhodo Yunosuke, that's gonna be down the line. But that's not gonna be for a good while. For my next stream, which might be next week or might be probably after New Year's. Following this, as I said, if I didn't say it on Twitter, I'd probably just say it on Twitter. Probably say it on YouTube, but if I hadn't, well, it's just gonna be noticed. Next game I'm doing is gonna be a point-and-click adventure game known as The Adventures of Willy Beamish for the Sega CD. So, for those who stuck around, know that I stream 4 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That means detective games, point-and-click games, Mondays. Wednesday are always something like Super Robot Tyson, or some kind of hero game, whatever. It's just as simple as that. Friday is going to be always a fantastic Friday. Which means I'm going to be doing JRPGs. Being that they were never released or otherwise. So, and then of course Sunday's usually a roulette of sort, a retro roulette of sorts. So for that, Sunday's going to be still Ace Attorney Investigations until we get through that, and then most likely go back to Sonic Adventure. Then after that, we go back to Sword of the Mountain, and who knows what else will happen. But as I said, I hope you enjoyed the madness that is the Great Ace Attorney. And I will see you next time for this Wednesday for Super Robot Wednesday with more of Zabongul in Alpha Gaiden. And seeing that Friday is Christmas Eve, well, just be here. We here at the RCO are going to be doing something crazy. And you're going to love it. So be there for that. And always remember to join me every week at twitch.com/Boogie79 for all the madness. Tell your friends. I'm here all week. You know what's funny? I'm listening to the first beats of this song. It sounds a bit like the overworld from Earthbound. nice touch that they're doing this for the final credit crawl sequence. You know what? I wouldn't be so surprised if they actually do a great Ace Attorney anime. That would be nice to see since they already finished a Phoenix Wright anime. Might as well just take it a little step further and do like a OVA of Gyakuten Saiban. But that will indeed do it for the stream. I thank you for those who have been with me in voice as well as in chat. Your appearance is always appreciated. Whether you're lurking or chatting and or following, it is always appreciated. So with that, I bid you a good night and have a wonderful Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, whatever. Just have the greatest of holidays ever. And a prosperous and blessed New Year. And I'll see you next time for the next stream. So, Dai Tenso! See you next stream! And thank you, Scarlet Study, for the fan translation. And for those who follow the series, please support the actual publisher and get this game for yourself if you're interested.